Off center. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Buongiorno. I didn't, but also I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm still very orange. I don't know why. My camera like updated. No, that just makes it worse. I have no idea how to be less orange. Too many peach scrubs. I don't know if that's the issue. That's okay. Nope. Ding ding. Market is open. Ooh. Heading down to the Jersey Shore this weekend? I don't think so. Ugh, this looks disgusting. Hey, Upstart's moving. It's kind of cool. Can you exile JFresh from our beautiful Revlon channel? No, it's good to hear the bear case. It's your white balance settings on your camera. You need to move it towards the blue side from the yellow side. That sounds like... No? Nope. Still orange. Was there something better in there? Alright, I'll give that a shot. I think this camera might be a piece of shit. I suspect... I mean, it is a Razer product, right? Thanks, Mr. Little Pickle. Yeah, I mean, that's the way the options positioning at least looks like right now. Dr. Gilgamesh, King of the Dans. The current options positioning on SPX is lame. And right now we're just getting tons of like delta neutral positioning, which isn't really making anything any more fun. Do you expect IMF lowering their 2023 forecast to have a big effect on the market? I mean, if it is, it already did, right? Get the Sony mirrorless camera like all the bikini streamers. Oh, fancy numbers for the screen. I have those. Somewhere. Do I? What the fuck happened to that? Oh. There we go. Ah, nice. Everything's so much more dramatic other than SPX. One sec. But whatever. TLP up 20% again. Cool. Fubo's not a squeeze play. I know, it's crazy, but not everything's a squeeze play. Buy them? You buy them and you hold them. I'm starting to get hesitant to buy more calls on the SPY. Is this the buy signal? It might be. I know. Fuba's not a short squeeze play, but it does have pretty high SI. Yeah, it does. You say shorts have to close, but they actually have to clear. Also, who the fuck is shorting a preferred dividend stock? What would be the point of that? Oh, see, you're saying 20% up, but what you actually mean is it moved from $3 to $4. That's way less exciting. Good idea to do a squeeze plate ETF and then create shares for overshorted stock to milk silly retail bag holders. Same like XRT? Yeah, it's kind of similar. That's not that's not the way shorts look. Nobody's shorting preferred shares. Have you ever thought that people are just buying them because it's going private? Are you ready to admit that APRN is the next Bobby, but like in a good way? Not yet. Doesn't look like any ETF FTDs covering today. No, not particularly. There's so much weird stuff on MMTLP. It's a Russian nesting doll of weird. That's why people like bringing it up so much, despite the fact that Girk's been very vocal on passing on it all. Yeah, I don't give a shit about it. I don't care if it goes to $1 million a share. $100K shares borrowed on Upstart. Ooh, that's exciting. What are you most bullish on between Fubo and Upstart? I mean, they're not the same, right? At all. Yeah, I mean, Cat's not spiking, but it's doing okay. 815,000 shares returned on GMA. Awesome. Are you leaning more towards bullish or bearish sentiment on PPI, CPI, and retail sales? Or is a legit coin flip? I'm hoping the pimento fulfills and we rocket from the Dorito. Um, I mean, regardless of what CPI and PPI data are, I mean, there's the short positions do have a time limit, right? Going into October 21st. But I don't expect core to be as accelerated, but I still expect an uptick in it. Inflation, overall inflation, I think could be about even, maybe even down. I wouldn't say that's necessarily bullish, but at this point, anything that's just not super negative is going to be bullish. VIX is way up and puts are super overpriced. XRT no longer on Reg Show. Ooh, when did that happen? I checked last night and the Reg Show list wasn't out. Well, that's bearish as fuck. Yeah, the Reg Show list isn't showing up, right? That's what I thought. I couldn't get it to load last night, so I gave up. I mean, Double check. Yeah, I don't know if XRT is not on Reg Show, but it's none of the stocks on Reg Show are loading. So either Reg Show is completely empty, or there's like an error with the system. Oh, no Reg Show update because of bank holiday. That makes sense. I didn't think of it because the market was open yesterday, but it was a bank holiday. Yeah, so I'm not sure if that actually means it's off. They decided to end Reg Show. It had no purpose. I mean, it has a purpose, just it's minimal. It'd be cool if we could just fall and tap 35.50 today. That would be a nice bounce. Can you check JetBlue on the weekly? Thinking a bounce is close. Why? I mean, it can go a lot lower. Although you gotta love these like 2008 levels that it's trading at now. Earnings are pretty rough. I mean, I like JetBlue, but I don't know if I'd be buying into it yet. I will tell you that it doesn't look like it's gonna bounce much, if at all, anytime soon. I mean, the cool thing about Caterpillar is the market keeps dropping and it's staying in relatively the same range right now. It just keeps retesting 180. Thoughts on AMD? Might try to average down on my shares. After the news last night, I'm very close to just like selling deep in the money leaps on all my AMD shares. Like semiconductor, like that whole sector, all the news just keeps coming in more and more bearish. Do you decide if you're going to do a small port growing section during the slow part of the day? Maybe. I'm still thinking about it. God, watching Cat is like watching Jimmy. JetBlue is merging with Spirit. Yeah, that sounds super great for them. I mean, it opens up like more terminals, right? ETF FTD is dead. I mean, or just not very high, right? So I decided to buy some cat calls on my paper trading account. I'm currently at 150%. Nice. How would you hedge that overnight? You know, I haven't been, but I've been hedging SPX overnight, which sort of protects the downside. TSM getting wrecked too. I'm just gonna bag hold it at this point. I don't own any TSM. Too much political bullshit. I'm starting to worry November 18th might not be enough theta for my 3800s. I feel pretty comfortable with them. I do wanna pick up some more of them if I get a chance, but right now they're not that cheap. Data on SPX is always very expensive. Airline mergers are all about routes and costs. It expands their network. That doesn't mean it's good for them to expand their network right now. It would be cool to hear your thoughts on how to change approach with regards to managing large versus small portfolios. I mean, large portfolios, unfortunately, if you're just an individual investor and you're not using like trading algos, you need more positions that are kind of hands off. That's why I like wheeling and selling selling spreads is because I don't have to monitor them a lot. Especially like butterflies and condors. I can just let them ride. I don't have to think about them. So once I open the position, I can just forget about it and more actively manage like the central part of my portfolio. Anything you can do to improve efficiency is generally really good. You can't. I mean, once you get a large enough account, you can't just full port YOLO into shit anymore. You have too much slippage. So you need more plays, more diversification in those plays. Where's the next downside resistance on the SPY? 355? Yes. Thoughts on Amgen and price target? I bought calls yesterday. Boom, baby. All right, let's see. AMGN, right? Ooh, nice. Why did it rip? Biotech. Is there any reason for it? Any news? They opened an R&D site in the Bay Area. I mean, I kind of feel like you got lucky, but maybe you have another thesis besides just the technical setup. The technical setup's not even that great. I mean, it kind of bounced at the midpoint in its trend. So it's targeting the 225 resistance. Congress? What passed? I don't see any news on it, so blood radiation drag? For what? Because people are afraid of nuclear war. Ridiculous. Yeah, GME's pretty fucking boring. Oof, market did big sads this morning. Yeah, it did. 1 hour until something dramatic happens. Yeah, we'll see about that. I don't know if today's going to be very dramatic at all. There's no macroeconomic data today of any importance at all, which either means that the market's going to lean more heavily on smaller data points, or we're just not going to see any movement whatsoever, right? I think there's like a economic optimism report, and then Harker and Mester are speaking like in the afternoon. And that's it. And they're just gonna say hawkish shit, right? Thinking maybe we test 245. Might be a good time to set a stop loss. I mean, not terrible. When the fresh 25k GME 2550 puts sell off, we might see a pretty violent bounce. These options do have quite the high delta. What's the point? Would you considering enter? You would consider entering more calls or shares? I mean, I'll just sell covered calls. I really don't care about the long side. How do you feel about 29 CCs for next week? $29 cover calls for next week. Mm, hmm. Are they even worth anything? Eh, they're not terrible. Eight, 8.2 delta. I mean, pretty low risk of assignment. When ETF FTDs coming up, they seem like they can be risky. Yeah, but we're not really seeing any ETF FTDs, and today would have been the day they would have been the highest because of the offsetting of settlement yesterday. So nothing today, then nothing at all. I don't think. Sold off the TQQ calls for November? No. No, I didn't. Not all of them. I took profits on them, but then I'm probably going to buy more soon. I took profits on about 60% of them on the rally, and then I was going to buy back in on the dip, but the dip hasn't stopped dipping, so I'm just kind of waiting. Thoughts on Fubo short term? I'm up 50% on Jan 23 cover calls. Think about buying back and reposition, but would prefer to buy back cheaper if there's more room on the downside. There is a little bit more room on the downside for Fubo. Not a ton of it, but some. Maybe it'll be realized in like the next couple of weeks. What about settlement tomorrow? Not as relevant, right? FTDs don't have T plus 2. They're just due the following morning at market open. Didn't they say they usually run GME in the afternoon on days like this? No, ETF FTDs they usually cover first thing in the morning. We usually start running right out of the gate. I'm predicting a sneak attack by Philadelphia. Yeah, the Philly exchange popped its head out a little bit yesterday. with some 12.5 yeah, 12.5 C's for January. So GME's getting few failures. Not a lot, but a few. Yeah, OPEX is T+2. But I mean, you're not going to sell covered calls into an OPEX period, right? That'd be crazy. Buy a stock with half and make sure you get how to grow a 5K account. Buy a stock with half, make sure you get 100 shares. CSP that same stock, sell CCs on the same stock. Stop trying to turn it into 10K overnight. Easy peasy. Sort of, yeah. I mean, you're not far off. Not exactly how I would do it, but yeah, as long as you're not trying to turn it into 10,000 overnight, it doesn't take very long to grow it. I would probably sell covered strangles on SQQQ right now. There's no downside. And even if you end up like bag holding for a little bit, it won't be for long, right? I sold a bunch of those this week. They're just great. I was considering the Jan 25 strike for PMCC, as it looks like in a few months I could have a free position. This one just shares slightly more leverage. For what stocks, Swing Trader to Mars? If SPX has a new 52-week low today, will it bounce or continue to drop? We'll see. Let me think. So if we get a sell-off on SPX of the like 35.50 puts, that could lead to a bounce, which could cause here's the problem. At 3600 and 3650 are just an obscene number of delta neutral positions. Right? And they're just sitting there. They're not gonna fucking move. They're waiting for CPI. Like nothing's gonna budge these, right? And so even if like the 3550s sell off and we get a little bit of capitulation in like the 3600s, we're still not going to rally much beyond 3600 before falling back down to it, right? So mostly I'm just trying to use these dips to buy long calls and enter no, mostly just buying long calls actually. I'm not really entering anything at these prices. On the bounces, it's really good to enter your straddles because, you know, odds are you're going to get pulled back down to that like big gamma level at like 3600 or rejected off the 3650. So puts are really valuable in that range. Hey, is Jimmy breaking the trend? I'm not gonna lie, I'd be more excited today if Jimmy gets smashed down to $20 than if it runs up to 30. I know that sounds terrible and shilly, but I promise it's way better. Ooh, we did. We broke through the resistance. It's exciting that they've got liquidity. Why? Oh, it's not terrible or shilly. Here's the cool thing. So if Jimmy drops back down to 20, people will buy fucking calls on it, which means we can get an OPEX again. Like an actual fucking OPEX. Yeah, we want them to build obligations. We want them to max out liquidity, like max out the liquidity and start failing, right? We want the borrow rate to start going back up, all the fun stuff. And it's far more likely to do that if GME's price drops. When is OPEX? Last week of October? October 20, the week after October 21st. So yeah. AMD $75 Jan 23 covered call instead of leaps. Okay, premium. So I have a $45 cost basis. And I'm probably gonna sell not Jan's. I'm thinking so I was kind of going over this last night. I need to do something with this fucking position. And semiconductors are not looking good right now. So I was thinking about selling June 2023, like $35 calls. Right. Then I get most of my money, right? So I can leverage the credit. And then if it falls below 35 by June 23, I'll just close the fucking calls, right? How are you handling GME CCs at this point? I'm not. GME looking like Jan 22 again. More like pre-March, but yeah, it's dropping pretty hard. How much are you buying on your long dated SPX calls? 45 days? November 18th. Still doing yeah. All spreads on GME are crazy high. Yeah. Never before in the history of the world reserve currency nation has that nation lost its status and not been invaded. The last being the UK. When was the UK invaded? World War II? I mean, that wasn't like an invasion. It was bombed a lot. I don't think there were, a ton of the Romans, yeah. 1066. If money's too tight to hedge for tomorrow's CPI data, wouldn't proper risk management be to just close out my cat paper calls? Yeah, that would be the proper risk management. Also CPI is not tomorrow, it's on Thursday. But PPI is tomorrow, which could be relevant. Mm-hmm. The fuck is SQQQ on? It's terrible. Damn it. Ooh. Hold on, I'm just trying to think of here. Hmm. Gamma neutral's at 2501. So we just slipped below gamma neutral. That's not really worth it. Yeah. Could we still have an OPEX if the calls are mostly sold? I mean, if they're pulled back in advance, yeah. Yeah, if CAT had fallen with the market again, it should have dropped back into the 160 range. But there was a lot of buyers on it at that price, right? How low do you think the SPY goes today? I'm looking at 3550 right now. Before I close my short straddle. I closed out some intraday puts already. Just in case it holds like a slightly higher level. I don't want to risk a bounce here. But I have stop set on the straddle right now. But I think it could fall to like 3550. So the only other two countries there are Greenland and Iceland, both of which are not only less practical to go nearer, but also have their waters patrolled by the UK too. Are we still going on about the UK getting invaded? Who cares? Any ideas what's going on? Because no one's going to invade the US. It's impossible from, a military standpoint to invade the US. You'd need a standing army larger than anyone has in the world. I don't think it. Do you guys understand the size of the US? It's fucking crazy. You also have to invade by boat or air. Is the US big or something? Yeah, and then the entire southern part of the country, all of the citizenry is armed. You'd have to be out of your fucking mind to try to invade the US. No one's gonna do that. It's stupider than invading Russia in the winter. We also have all the nukes, guns, tanks. Like, nobody can invade us. Here's what happens if the US stops being the global reserve currency. We invade other people and make them use our freedom dollars. All your base are belong to us. Yeah. Not in our lifetimes. I understand there's a lot of macro shit going on, but Fubo had a great ascending double bottom on the daily. Snagged some shares below 350. No CSPs or nothing, just got some shares. Nice. I should probably sell some fucking covered calls on it. I've been kind of lazy with those lately. Y'all seen that Chinese robot dog with the guns on it? Do you think that, we have robot dogs too? Do you think that they don't have gun mounts? They have gun mounts, dude. They're all like, oh, we never turn these into weapons until we turn them into weapons. It's like, oh, but they promised they wouldn't do that. They're funded by fucking DARPA. They'll do what they're told. I think maybe that's the problem with like understanding the power of the US government is we haven't really lived in an era where they've exercised it greatly. Like go read up on like FDR and World War II. No, we haven't broken through the pimento floor. We just came really close to it, but we didn't break through it. I was thinking of PMCC on Fubo using Jan 25 $3 for price point. Looks like a few months would have free options. Thoughts on that versus shares? Seems like a little more leverage with relatively low risk. Yeah, it's probably not bad. As long as you plan on, do you plan on exercising them? I mean, the Jan 25s are pretty decent for that. Like if you're going to continue to sell premium on top of them, you probably want to consider exercising the underlying at some point. Is it really that much cheaper though at $3 than the current share price? So I mean, here's a big problem. There's no OI on the Jan 25s for Fubo right now. It's like 122 OI. So you're paying 206 a share, which is cheap, but that mid is going to move pretty rapidly, right? And you have a shitload of spread here. It's almost $1 spread. So, unless you're filling on the bid, you're really not getting a very good deal. Sorry. Yeah, this is it. But still, it's still really wide. I mean, it's 235 is the mid. Yeah, I'm not sure I love the 25s. Maybe the 24s are better just because you have less slippage. You can always roll them out, right? That's shouldn't really be a big concern. Hey, look, Jimmy rocketing back up to $25. Market found a little bounce, but not very strong. It's insane how easy we've had it compared to past generations. I mean, just different, right? Not easier, just different. I was thinking exercising eventually. Yeah, I mean that's like the goal when you do that is you want to buy those like far dated in the money calls, sell premium against them for a couple years, right? And then, use that premium to exercise them. Although it's not like you need to capture a lot of premium to exercise those. What do you know about China's situation? They keep saying that they're going to do QE and then not doing it. And then every time they don't do it, it leads to a further drop. Their currencies dropping pretty rapidly and weakening, which is not good for them, especially against the rising dollar. But that could also lead to them selling off U.S. treasuries. Egypt asked UK back for its Rosetta Stone and other treasures. Calls on U-Haul? Oh, isn't England just going to tell them to go fuck themselves, right? Pretty sure that's how that works. Is there any DD on Upstart? What's your outlook on the company? I mean, they're not going out of business. They're definitely not meeting their projected earnings, but they're not far off, and they're trading relatively close to their book value right now. I think they'll start to have some better earnings as the effect of interest rate increases is realized across the financial sector a little more in the coming quarters. Um, they're on Reg Show and extremely heavily shorted, so that's fun. The short is it's not so much that the short is heavy. I should rephrase that. It's not like 50% of the free float or anything, but it is overcrowded, very overcrowded. Looking a little up on Gmi shares and reposition. Thoughts on how low we could go before a large bounce? I mean, if they're getting liquidity back, we could drop pretty far, right? We just broke through the trend, and the other times we've broken through long-term trends in the past, we've hit new lows. So I don't think that like 20 or 19 are out of the question. Obviously, if the market rebounds, that's going to be another story, but it's not doing that today. First time I've had family come to me and ask about something they're bag holding. How do you help without giving financial advice? I mean, they're your family. You can give them as much financial advice as you want. I don't know what the responsibility of his retirement. I mean, tell him to find a financial advisor. Tell him you don't feel you're qualified. Lots of Rev Jan 35 volume. That's cool. Do you plan on opening a CC position on GME? I'm still waiting. Probably. I mean, I'm gonna have to open one eventually, but I don't really care when I do it. Higher would be better. I'm willing to wait it out, I suppose. No, Revlon's not going to save the economy. Tell the fam the same thing Fi-Fi tells us. A few weeks ago was a good exit point. Did you buy one DTE puts on SPY on this bounce? I closed some puts on the bounce. We'll see what Revlon does. 2 more days. I love that it's on the day CPI is. It's just the best. What's up, Barry? Ooh, cat's moving up again. That's cool. Maybe we found a bottom for today? Maybe not. Hmm. Why don't you have a housekeeper? Post MOASS, I'm never making another bed again. I mean, I just have like a duvet and a down comforter. And you just go like that, and then you're done. That's all you, it's not difficult. Bad sign that the spy's using 3070 as a resistance now. I mean, it's been a resistance in the past, right? Any thoughts on the direction that the spy will? I mean, no, because I don't know what the report's going to be. I think core will slow, and inflation will either stay relatively flat or downtrend. I mean, like here, if let's apply some technical analysis to macro trends. So fucking Atlanta Fed. Ah, piece of shit. Where's the fucking Fred chart for this? Here we go. So here, if you look, this is CPI for all items, and then this is the blue line, and then the lower line is core CPI. So you can see there's an uptick in core CPI between July and August, but a drop in and this is due to energy prices coming down right through June, July, and August. It's likely that we see continued upside in core inflation and either a continued drop or a stabilization in inflation with energy. But as you can see, you know, both charts are kind of topping out, right? They look like they've peaked. And it's probably true. We probably did see the peak of, you know, inflation at, you know, June at almost 9%. Now the question is, you know, core going to accelerate even faster? Or was, you know, August's print kind of an anomaly, right? And that we don't know yet. That'll be probably the critical data point going into Thursday. Is you know, are we going to see another 0.4 increase? Is that increase going to slow down? Are we going to see like 0.3, 0.2? Is it going to drop? Are we going to see like -1, -2? You know, these all obviously have very different outcomes. This being, you know, bearish to bullish. A PMCC? Yeah, a PMCC, you know, you have a call, generally long dated, uh, like a leap. It doesn't have to be a leap, but it's usually a leap. And you sell a naked call. And collateralize it with the further in the money call. So, you know, in the money, out of the money. And then, you know, if the price rises above the sold call, the sold naked call, you can sell the leap and close the out of the money call. So it's not very different from selling a covered call, except you're using another option as your collateral and instead of using shares. They're cheaper, and they present better returns than covered calls because you don't have to buy the underlying. So the upfront capital expenditure is much lower. Take that example we were talking about on Fubo earlier, right? You know, Fubo shares, for a block of 100 are currently $361.50. But a Fubo $3 leap is for Jan 24 is $1.60 ish. Actually no, it's like 204. So this is $204 versus $361. And for the purpose of strictly a buy right, this is more advantageous because your initial capital expenditure is only 204 and you can immediately use that to sell, a $4 call for, a year out or whatever, or 45 days out. I'll think about it, Dr. Sharp. I don't really have a lot of control over the creative side. Would selling leaps on rev shares be an okay hedge, potential delisting? Can you give a quick shot of hopium for my position on a beautiful bankrupt company? You mentioned there could still be ups with delisting. Love. I mean, I don't know what hopium you want. It's really binary, right? It either gets delisted or it doesn't. If it doesn't get delisted, we may not really have any information on the outcome of that until after 45 days, or the next big like catalyzing event, which would be the bankruptcy hearing on the 28th. If they're able to renegotiate their debt and they're not going to be delisted, I think they're well set up for at least funds to buy back into them, which will generate volatility because the float's so small. Do we find any telltale signs in the SPX SPY options chain? If CPI numbers leaked early, it's never leaked early, supposedly. Or are you? I'm not excited that they're happening on the same day. I just said it was interesting that they're happening on the same day. Yes, you do need a margin account to do that because you're selling naked calls, so you have to have margin. Naked calls present unlimited risk potential. Win Oracle of Omaha by Fubo shares. I don't really think it's in his wheelhouse. So it's pretty unlikely. At least he won't. I'm not saying Berkshire couldn't, but he won't. Do you think I'm interesting? I don't know, man. I mean, the most technologically advanced company that I think Buffett's ever bought has been like Apple. Will Ape get delisted if it hits 0? I mean, yeah. How strong is this SPX bounce? Not particularly. It's not particularly strong at all. Oh. What the fuck would TikTok need fulfillment centers? Do they sell stuff? Do you have puts on the SPY? Not right now, no. I got stopped out of my straddle. I have a call on SPX right now. Well, a bunch of calls on SPX, but like a short dated call. I'm playing the upside of the bounce a little bit. Do you have an opinion on Para? No. Mostly because I don't know anything about it. It's like that Paramount like streaming thing, right? Um, ew. Earnings are okay. I wonder how subscriber growth is. Hmm. I mean, the current trend doesn't look good at all. It's, at the same price it was in September of 2011. Yeah, I know it's former Viacom CBS. I remember Archegos. What exactly is going on with the stock? Like HKD runs into the thousands. What mechanics do you think are causing something like that? So, from what I heard, which is mostly just speculation and rumors, insiders were uh, trading preferred stock, which was pumping the market price of the shares, right? And then they were, they owned all the float. Like there's another company, I forgot what it was called, but they own the float, right? Or most of the float. Like they own the vast majority of HKD. And so the insiders are trading the preferred stock back and forth, which was pumping the price, right? And then this other holding company dumps the bags once the price gets high enough. They could probably get popped for it at some point, but I think like what they're doing is they're like laundering money out from under the Communist Party in China, right? So they're trying to get like money offshore, and that's how they were doing it. Because remember, all those like big real estate holdings companies in China basically had their equity scalped by the government. Well, I'm sure that there's a lot of investigation that needs to be done, and setting up something like that is pretty complex, and to kind of break it all down, maybe even more so. So, but what happens is like people YOLOing into it. So people are YOLOing into the price because it's rising, right? Um, but when the other company, like the holding company, starts dumping their bags, it halts on every downtick, right? And their orders are way bigger, so they get like preferential treatment in the clearinghouse, and so you can't get out. So you buy HKD at 100, and it goes up to like 1,000, right? And then they start dumping their massive bags out of the holding company in order to launder the money. And then you're fucking stuck holding a bag till it's back at 50 because your order never gets filled. And even if it like a few orders get filled, they don't care, right? Because they just pushed $1 million or like $1 billion offshore. So I mean, in the world of money laundering, it's a small price to pay. You worried about your upstart CSPs yet? No, I just sold more at 20. So far, so good. AMTD, thank you. Yeah, that's the one. How does Gensler feel about that? He probably doesn't give a shit. There's a bunch. So they were using a bunch of those like fresh IPOs to do it. HKD just went up the most, right? A lot of new Chinese IPOs have been getting delayed and canceled to prevent another HKD from happening. Yeah. Yep, still bullish on Rev. SPX flag or reversal? Hard to say right now. I have a stop on my calls, but guess we'll see what it does. Yeah, I have Fubo $5 calls for Jan 2023 and 24. Bullish on Ape delisting? Not really. I mean, Ape will probably rally at some point when they close the arbitrage short. It's just not going to rally a lot. Thank you so much, Dave's Bullish Baconator. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I remember us having the conversation about HKD. Russia opened to talks to the West. They're seeking a serious proposal. Your prediction may be correct. I know. I'm stoked. I mean, that's what I would do if I was Putin, right? You gotta take the plea agreement. It's like, I've been I've been a bad dictator. I'm so sorry. Let's ally ourselves with the West. What? A geopolitical Gurk? I'll read my prediction. I'll read it right now. You know what? Better yet, I'll just share it. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Sorry, guys who've been stockpiling real gold in your basement and 9mm. It's just not gonna happen. It's a bold prediction, right? If I sell Fubo 2024 350 CSP, will it help bring down my $4 cost basis if you get assigned? Great. Now what am I going to do with all this food storage and ammunition? We can have a new enemy. What's wrong with China? I know you mentioned Fubo isn't a squeeze player, but do you foresee any large increases in price coming at once? Yeah. I mean, it's still an OPEX stock, right? It went up to like $8 not that long ago, like in August, like right after I bought in. It went up. Like I think it was 2 days after it was a pickles pick. It went up to like $8. So yeah, it can still do things. What are you waiting for before selling GME CCs? I don't know, honestly. Hey, so it looks like it may have been a flag, by the way, for that guy who was asking. I think most of the people, here's the thing, is I think a lot of people that bought when it was a pickles pick just sold it on Tuesday. And they're like, this is the best squeeze play ever. I'm up 1,000%. But it was supposed to be a buy and hold. And so now everyone just thinks Fubo's a squeeze play because it had like one crazy day of price action. Or GMECC is holding the price down, of course. You're selling volatility, right? You're shorting volatility when you sell covered calls. You naughty Ken Griffin, you. I can't believe able to sell CCs on OPEX for once. I know. I'm gonna sell them so deep in the money. Chibi back at 25. Yes, it is. Yeah, NYSE hearing for Revlon's on the 13th. What part? What do you think? Oh, I don't like Meta at all. I think they're losing ground in their sector, and I also just fucking hate Facebook. Do you think that they don't want to delist Rev partially just on the political appearance of a big major retailer going under? I mean, Revlon's not like a huge retailer; they're a big manufacturer. I don't think they give a shit about that though, right? I mean, more than likely, they're gonna use a checklist essentially to determine if Revlon can still be listed on the NYSE or not. Revlon, I think, passes all of those checks currently, so should be fine. They'll want to hear, their business plan moving forward to ensure that, they have a path to profitability, right? Which is really all they need. And obviously they do. They just got $1.4 billion to facilitate it, right? Would you be willing to share your coffee grinding expense data, cost per cup, or however you've broken it down? I mean, in New York City, 2 shots of espresso or a double shot is roughly like 350 to 450 depending on the coffee shop. Um some of them are more, but I wouldn't go to those. And at home it costs, like 35 to 40 cents depending on who I get my coffee from. So, if I'm, and I used to drink a lot more coffee. I used to drink like 6 double shots a day, so the savings was tremendous. That and the depreciation of espresso machines is like 2% per year. If you maintain them, and so, uh, like having a used espresso machine's really not so bad. Oh, I forgot to move my stop up. Well, hopefully this doesn't keep falling. So, like an espresso machine you buy today for like $2,500, you can sell in a few years for like, like $2,200. They just don't lose value very quickly. And grinders basically don't lose value at all. Just it pays for itself. It's a good investment if it's an investment you can afford to make. I just drink it black. And I buy pretty expensive coffee too. If I bought cheaper coffee, or like I didn't live in New York City, I'd probably save even more money. Do you write off your espresso machine as office expense? I think I can. I don't know. I didn't buy it. I haven't done any write-offs yet, but I think I could write it off. I work from home, so yeah. Hello, 180 cat rejection. Like $16 to $18 a pound. Why? Offices can write off espresso machines. If your office is at home, there's no reason you can't write it off. It doesn't seem like that much of a stretch. The coffee itself, probably not. Do you love living in New York? Yeah. I mean, I don't love it, but I prefer it to living other places. Nice try, Dork. They're shorting them, Velvet. They're shorting the IV on them at least. Fruity or nutty beans? I generally like Robusta Arabica blends that are um like medium dark to dark roast. Yeah, I don't like fucking floral, fruity light roasts. First of all, they're a bitch to make, right? So you gotta spend hours dialing in the grind size, and I just don't have time. I know light roast has the most caffeine. Right after he gets stopped out, motherfucker. Oh well. Ooh, that's not gonna print, right? Actually, maybe it will. I wonder if the other side of my straddle prints. Off to the races, boys. Well, slightly up. Upstart's looking pretty fucking spicy. Yeah, cat's moving up. That inflation projections are lower. That's cool. Upstart finna squiz. I don't know how hard it's gonna squiz, but it's looking pretty decent. If you were playing one stock for OPEX, what would it be? Uh, for October? I don't know. Definitely Verizon. Probably Upstart because it's on Reg Show, right? That seems to be the most compelling. Why would I say Bobby? Dude, I know you're fucking still holding those $17 bags, and I'm sorry. I truly am. But I did try to warn you repeatedly over the course of so many days. You can sell CCs on Jimmy whenever you want, man. I'm not selling CCs on it. It's all your fault, Garrick. You brought this mess upon the pores. What I was bullish on a stock that was fucking $5 and it went to 30. People just got mad because I didn't stay bullish on it afterwards. How are the tips looking? Like covering on XRT has started. No, is XRT running hard? More importantly, how hard is XRT running? Decent. Could be good. Calls are coming in. I would be careful with CCs for right now. Yeah. I'm not selling any CCs right now. Still bull on Fubo for the next 2 to 3 years, yeah. Why would someone be shorting the IV on Rev? Free money? That's why. 3-year upper PT for Fubo, if all goes well with growth. 3 years out, I would say maybe 15, 18. 2 years is 8 to 13. Although they're doing a lot of stuff. I mean, they're moving faster than I would have expected them to initially. So momentum could be sooner. Why does it feel like shorting has more of an impact on stock price than buying? Hmm. I just think that there's not a lot of buying going on in the stocks you like. The fact that Gimi and Upstart charts are the same but different to SPX, does it indicate that they're possibly moving for OPEX, even if only slightly? Yeah, I mean, the charts are similar. I would say Upstart's a little more volatile, but also more liquid than Gimi. No, it's not always a bad idea to use margin. You need to know how to use margin. Margin's great if you know how to use it responsibly. So hold Fubo up to 30 and watch it go down to 369. People might do that. I mean, if it goes to $30, I'm obviously going to sell everything I own. If it exceeds my price target in the next year, I'm going to sell it all. Do you think Docu could dip as low as 40 or 39? Seems like free at that level. Thoughts? I think it could fall to like 45. I don't know about hitting 40 or 39. That seems a bit far-fetched. What Fubo CCs are you thinking? None right now. I mean, they're just not worth it, right? I'm thinking about selling PMCCs on my Caterpillar 165s. Like next weekly's Fubo at, I mean, these are like $8 each. Let's see, I could get 1,600 bucks. It's like it almost feels not even worth it to sell them. How much are fours? 15 bucks? A little better. Not a lot better, but a little better. Like only use margin dollars for writing calls and puts and collecting premiums. And I'd be even more protective of margin and use it for like spreads or like neutral positioning, like income positioning. Until you have a very very nice chunk of margin, it's much safer to. I mean, you can use it on things like limited risk spreads, like butterflies or condors. You can use it for like bear call and bull put spreads, like anything where you have like limited risk potential and additional leverage like increases your return on risk, right? Because there's I mean there's always good like there's always good like lower risk setups where you can get like really decent return on the margin that you're utilizing, right? You know, you can sell like maybe with your own account you could only sell like a couple. You can't even sell condor, like there's strategies you can't even use without margin. So but like condors for instance, you can sell like 40 50 condors with a relatively small account. And, you know, if your analysis is good and you're not over leveraging yourself, you can grow your account very, very quickly that way. But you have to be really responsible with it. You're my stock butterfly. Thanks. Like, I guess I'll share this one. So for this week, I one of the pickles picks, and it was really the first time I did this, so I guess I could talk about it a little bit. Um, I set up like an iron butterfly for JPM's earnings. So it's a 95p and a 115c, and then you have a 105p and a 105c, right? And so what this does is it creates what's known as an iron butterfly. And the net credit for this position is like 595. It's different now, but this is what it was when I wrote it. And the max loss is 405, right? So if you nailed this like right at its most profitable point, you'll make $595 risking $405, right? But you can sell like 30 or 40 of these if you're really confident in them. But even if you fall to the outer edges of this, you still profit. It's just not as much. And it's basically a bull put spread and a bear call spread. But the benefit of selling it into like an earnings call is IV crushes, right? And so you're selling the contracts at a way higher value, and it's like a 200% potential return on risk, which is insane. Who's put cat on? It's just hitting fucking 180. It could be good for GME if everyone who sold $25 calls over the last couple days buys them back. Right now, it's 356 net credit, 146 max loss. Oh, okay. Even better return on risk. Did you do the same with the double calendar spread? Technically, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could. Rev's always moved with the market. It just doesn't move as much with the market because it doesn't have any ETFs. But it still has there's still so you have two big holding groups. You have mutual funds and ETFs. And both of these can be actively traded, right? If they are index tracking. So if either of these are index tracking, they're active, right? Some of them, you know, rebalance every day. Some of them rebalance live. But Revlon has no ETFs, but it still has mutual funds. So when the market rises, they buy. When it falls, they sell. If it had more the more ETFs it has, the more pressure it would create due to active funds. What do you mean no? No, daily DD is not Pickles picks. What happened to Jan 35s on Revlon? They went down? Oh, yeah, no. Where do I see these picks? Aren't you already a billionaire? They're in the Discord. That's what the bot legs being $5 apart instead of 10. Oh, gross. I can check it. IV on JPM should be up. I I don't want to. The problem with writing that one at the beginning of the week is I really don't want to sell it until the night before earnings, but I'm sure it's up. JPM's price is down. Max loss is shittier. Actually, it's even at the strike I wrote it at, it's the same. Volatility's barely moved up though. Does this still look like not covering on GME? Yeah, not particularly. Maybe a small amount of covering, but not a lot. Pigeon whale only chat, please. You're not a pigeon whale. Ugh. Sitting behind an M8 in traffic with a license plate that reads cat. How many times do I have to be reminded I didn't enter a position with them? Every single day, apparently. Are we in for another NOPEX? We're nowhere near OPEX right now. That's still like 2 weeks out. Did you sell your Jimmy calls? Yeah, I had stops on them. I don't really care about them, honestly. I don't think I think even if we do move up, it's not gonna be that much. I'll just sell covered calls. Where is Guybrush, you shill? It's not we only put up Guybrush for OPEXs so he can ruin them. My upstart Gen $80 leaps are up 10%. Nice, man. Yeah, it's not that's my biggest problem with this like ETF FTD period is there's FTDs, but usually we have like two really big days and then these are kind of smaller and these are insignificant, right? Like these but this time around they're all a little higher, but they're all very even. Just like each one across the range is about the same amount. So I'm not. It was cool that today they were kind of double stacked, but it's still just not a lot, right? Have you ever called a no run and we ran? Um, I wasn't super bullish on May, but I also tried to warn people not to sell covered calls into it, and they did anyway. Um, yeah, May. I didn't like May's setup, but at least I didn't sell covered calls the day before it ran. What's the scoop with Upstart? I mean, it's on Reg Show. 15% profits perfectly fine, especially on weeklies. Like, what do you want out of them? Are Fubo calls attractive at these prices? Fairly, yeah. Mm. Also, May OPEX was our worst OPEX. It was an OPEX, but it was awful. Descending into sub 4 is good. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it hasn't gone much lower. I think the cheapest price I've seen since I started buying Fubo was what was it? It was like 320 something, 320. I'm not sure if it hit 325. Something like that though. 330 or 329. But November was great. I mean, price improvement wise. Don't forget that in November everybody's fucking calls were up like 15x. It's It's just that no one sold them. You know, you can scale out of a position. You don't have to sell it all at once, but you can capture profits on some of it. No, Upstart's moving. I mean, Freg's Day was terrible, right? Because it got rug pulled halfway into the run, but the run was phenomenal. Yeah, are you sure those are bought? Out of the money, it's pretty unlikely. That sounds like sold. No, November's rug pull was way faster than Bobby's rug pull. Bobby even had a bounce afterwards. November just went straight down into December. Hit the ask floor trade. That'd be pretty odd. I don't understand why they'd buy puts behind the price action, rising price action at that. November went straight down into October. Was that Freg's Day? Yeah. I was up a lot on Freg's Day and I lost all of it. It was bad. Are you exiting most of your cat calls past 185? Probably. I'm definitely gonna exit another chunk of them at least. Did the market get some bullish news? Uh, I think that the Fed was saying something about deflation. People are feeling bullish. Also, there was a put sell off at 35.50, so I think that was the shittiest part about Freg's Day is that it wasn't that it was a bad call. Like I mean, when I wrote the DD, it was well in advance of the increasing insane price action, right? It was just that we got rug pulled so quickly, and we'd never seen an OPEX run that didn't play out over, several days, right? Especially when we went up from like 200 to 250. And then there was no T plus two like extension where we continued up. Nothing. It just fucking went straight down for months. So it was awful. Yeah, we halted down. March rug pull? I don't think so. I mean, I was out in March at the top, so maybe for other people, I don't know. I closed half of my March position on the first test of Gamma Max, and then the other half on the second test. Price did skip over my stops on Freg's Day. I also didn't have a lot of stops, and I rolled up. So Monday, this was even worse, right? Monday, I took my profits from the previous week. So on the 19th, we went up like 20 or 30%. We went from like 200 to 230. And then Monday we dipped, so I took profits, bought back into shorter dated calls with more leverage. And then the next morning we started rocketing at market open and we hit like 255. And I didn't have any stops set yet. And we went from 255 to like 220 in like half an hour. It looks like it was more brutal. I don't think so. Actually, I think everybody who was in on the March run did really well on it. Like nobody was making the same mistakes they made in November, right? Yeah, Gamma Max was sky high. We just didn't cross the on the second test. Like I remember Yelia, I think like DM'd me the like Gamma Max that morning. Back when like only Yelia was doing the calculations. And like everything looks super fucking bullish. Nice, Kenny. Are you still playing Macy's? Yeah, I have December calls and November calls. Yelia's same like smarter than JFresh. I don't know about that. Maybe more finance background than JFresh. They're they're like they're from like way different backgrounds. I mean, the calculation Yelia is doing is like a really common calculation used for hedging large portfolios, right? Like that, finding the delta neutral point in your port so you know where to hedge. She's just doing it on the options chain, which is kind of unique. Um, I think JFresh's and Yelia's calculations are pretty much in line. JFresh's might be weighted a little differently, but I think the weighting makes it more accurate. Yo-Yo's definitely better looking than JFresh. I mean, that's not a high standard. No one's brushed him in months. Rev Gen 35Cs, same like fire sale or local high. I mean, they're very cheap right now. I know. I think Yelia is like an actuary. Like she does actuarial work, and I think she has a finance background, but I'm not sure. She might work in insurance. And then JFresh is like a mathematician. Well, mechanical engineer, PhD. So really different backgrounds. Joey, what's up, man? Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna sell a few CCs on JMA just so you guys know to hold off because it'll definitely rip now. Nope, not shadow banned. Rate the squirt potential of Upstart, Rev, and Jimmy from bottom to top right now. Nah. He is a doctor. Which I don't know what that says for his profession, but I do not question his calculations. They are, and I've checked them in the past, and they are accurate as fuck. So, here's what Fubo is. Fubo is a heavy volatility short and short interest position with long-term growth potential. If that reminds you of something, so be it. You know, if you guys ever question his calculations, you can always do them yourself. You can take Black-Scholes and the options chain data from CBOE and calculate the Greek neutrals on your own. Why is it called Freg's Day? Because Freg, the coolest person to ever visit our Discord, was he disappeared. And then he came back in March and then disappeared again. And we haven't seen him since. He is an actuary. What a nerd. I know, right? Wait, Carl, aren't you? Never mind. In November? No, I made it out of November at like break even by panic selling my entire position. I think I lost like $12. Some people lost their whole port. It was really bad. The only reason I got lucky was because I had $200 calls that stayed in the money during the bigger part of the drop, and that protected me from the insane losses I sustained on my out of the money position. Please stop giving me flashbacks. It's so long ago. It's nice of you to offer people the opportunity to disprove JFresh, but you're forgetting that most of this chat can't actually read. I mean, if anybody thinks the data is bad, then, you know, they should obviously try to calculate it on their own. If they can't, then how the fuck would they know, right? If you're incapable of calculating delta, gamma, vega, and neutrals, then you're just choosing, you're saying that one data set that you like better is better than another data set? That seems like the ultimate form of bias. I like the bullish one better. Yeah, see, that's just fucking stupid, right? I'm okay with that, Carl. Yeah, I know, it's a real shame that Nerve didn't get an options chain. I told everyone don't sell calls. And thus the prophecy completes its next step. Uh... Have you ever checked the FTD data on Stoxera? How accurate is it? I mean, it's just the SEC FTD data. Their T plus 35 counts are incorrect, but I keep calculating GM slightly above what you have. Remember also that there's different data sources. This is CBOE data that we're using. I know it's expensive. But different data sources will have different OIs at different times, depending on when their API updates. So that can be one issue. The other one is no calculation of Black-Scholes is going to be the same across the board. Even from broker to broker, it's different, right? Broker to broker, dealer to dealer. Everyone's like, for the last 2 weeks, everyone's been like, you sell CCs yet? You sell CCs yet? And I'm like, no. And then everyone sells CCs anyway. And then they're like, Gurk, why didn't you tell me not to sell CCs? I said it this morning. I was like, it's not an FTD run until everyone who sold CCs at the money gets burned. Welcome to getting burned. Am I doing it right? You are. You are doing it right, Memory Leak. Keep doing it right, and you may not be a poor forever. You're talking about like the far out of the money calls? Those are used to hedge volatility. Everyone focuses on percentage gains, but you tend to focus on actual price increase. Is there a reason behind that? Yeah, because I buy options. Options pricing primarily calculated off of delta value, which doesn't necessarily give a shit about percentage increases, right? Percentage increases are really good for IV, but not so much for delta. I think people got caught up in the whole you can get dollar per week selling CCs, so they think it's a consistent income stream. Yeah, I mean you can just keep selling them like regardless of the price action, right? It's not the worst strategy. But I'd rather sell them for 6x once every, month than sell them every fucking week for meh returns. Also, we've talked about this before. I really like, I don't want to sell them unless the hedge is on my side. I don't want the market maker fucking buying shares into rising prices when I have covered calls. It's just risky. Also, the IV is shit right now, and I've got to sell fucking almost 1,700 contracts. I can't sell them all at once. I mean, it's a totally different positional management strategy, right? Like, I can't do what you guys do. So even asking me if I've sold covered calls is fucking pointless. I sold CCs and got burnt. My port is ruined. Oh, wait, no, I listened. Thanks, Greg. No problem, Yaga. No, today's not the final day for Upstart FTDs. Upstart's on Reg Show. All of its FTDs are deferred, and they'll be washed with ETFs, and then probably cleared out on ETF due dates. Let me try to describe the life cycle of an FTD on these illiquid stocks. And maybe you guys will better understand OPEXs and ETF FTD periods. Okay, so first, you buy or sell the underlying, right? And then no share can be found, so it fails. And an FTD is created in T+2. Some point during this period of time, a share can be gotten from an ETF to satisfy this trade. And then in that ETF, the locate for the share also fails. But instead of covering it, they write a forward contract. And they take all the ETF FTDs that they can, and they pack them into this contract. Then when that contract settles on after OPEX, which is when they expire, they have to buy the stock, right? Any other FTDs created during this time period between these two are cleared during the ETF FTD period. So any outliers are basically, these are FTDs created by this event or the previous version of this event. So when OPEX fires off, obviously that creates a lot of volume and buy and sell pressure. And that's what creates the ETF FTDs that aren't packed into forward contracts. And this happens over and over again. And, you know, sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's less, you know, but it's always the same shit. They have a lot of flexibility with it, as we saw in August and sort of saw last November, you know, where they can clear their obligations in advance. These forward contracts aren't written to an exchange, and so they're not very transparent in the rules governing them. Generally speaking, if they're large, they're not going to cover them until OPEX, until they absolutely have to, right? But not always, right? They can risk off, like we saw on November 3rd. We saw them risk off on Jan 6th. And, you know, November 3rd led to a weaker OPEX. We saw them risk off on August 8th. And then 16th, right? So this was, you know, August 16th, for all intents and purposes, was OPEX, like OPEX covering. They just didn't have a lot to cover because they walked away from the announcement of the split, like, well, the announcement of the change in the corporate charter through the split itself. They stopped shorting the stock, and our price just continued up perpetually. It wasn't until after August 16th that they came back. And so right now, even, you know, ETF FTDs are still very low. Obligations are very low because they just started compounding them again, right? But they're back, and that's bullish as fuck. There's also an open-ended fund exploit where they can just invest in the ETF directly, swallow the NAV, then redeem the synthetic underlying out of the ETF. Yes. Well, in early August, we had ETF FTDs, which we predicted to the day perfectly. You can go back and double check my daily DDs on August 8th. And that was our first big run up, right? Then we had the run that we didn't predict on the 16th, and that was due to BBBY pressuring the rest of the basket. So they risk off everything. And if you go look at all the basket stocks on the 16th. Go look at Fubo, go look at BBBY, go look at GME. Even fucking dog shit AMC. The volume is low as well, making it volatile. The volume isn't low. Okay. I think everyone needs to understand this. Um the volume is just relative to the amount of options in the options chain, which is low. But pre-split, if you bought a .5 delta contract, it took 50 shares from the MM to hedge. If you now post-split buy a .5 delta contract, it takes 50 shares from the MM to hedge. One, same like the other. Here's what people don't understand is that retail's effect on buy pressure has never been relevant. Retail buys, like 10,000 shares a day before, probably less now. And all of GME's volume has always been driven by its options, which, we've been saying forever. And now options interest is at all-time lows. So, volume is at all-time lows. The price of a contract is half of what it was. Yeah, but people aren't buying 4 times more contracts. People aren't buying any contracts. No, that makes too much sense. I'm sorry. The only people that play GME options, us, are just selling calls. We're selling shitloads of calls, and we're working right alongside Mr. Griffin, shorting the volatility. Why? Because that's how you make money. We're selling all the volatility that DRSers are generating. So people DRS, buy total DRS, and this creates volatility. It doesn't reduce liquidity, it just creates volatility because it reduces the size of the market. So think of a gas, right, in a space, and you have molecules of that gas all over, right? And the larger the space, the more spread out they are, the less likely they are to collide, right? Or come anywhere near each other, as a matter of fact. But DRS reduces the size of that space. And so now you have a gas in a much more active environment because now the molecules are moving around a more confined area of volume, right? And that creates more volatility. I'm trying to explain this in ways that people can understand. And what we're doing is we're creating artificial space for that gas to move around by selling that volatility that they're generating. Ironically, we're probably selling this to the very people that are buying calls because they're bullish. I didn't. That's not complex physics. That's. Uh, I'm even more confused now. God damn it. You have to remember your viewers are unemployed high schoolers. So what you're saying is we need more SS bag holders. I mean, we could all stop selling covered calls at once, let the IV rocket again, and then sell covered calls. But no one's gonna do that. So, you know, a long time ago, I told Superstock that if they leveraged options, long options, against their DRS positions, they could really make the stock move. Instead, they banned me and called me a shill. So now what I do is I sell volatility to kill their stock. It's more fun this way. Also, I'm spiteful. I am a shill. Modernerus, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. I thought I was selling you my covered calls. Maybe this morning. Morantz Rants is an idiot that lives in his car. Ever wonder if leaders of SS know what DRS is doing and profit off the same system of selling GME volatility? Or they just get, you know, kickbacks from computer share for their 300% or 3,000% increase in profits year over year. ETF FTDs continue tomorrow with the bank holiday yesterday. Sure. I mean, they do. But not because of the bank holiday. It doesn't push GME down, it just drives volatility down. If you were a GME executive, would you be happy with the relative lull the price action has been in? The fucking stock was $200 in the middle of August. It's been a month and a half. It's not in a lull. It got shorted down. You know, that's gonna cause it to go back up. Give it enough time. FTD run done. I mean, the market stopped going up. Are you positioning for SLD this week? SLD's next week. Do you use daily swap values from the CFD brokers in order to get market direction? Probably not. Have you ever thought that the people who are running Superstock are trying to keep GME in check? Not to cause it to crazy run. I mean, yeah, right? They've gotten rid of everything that causes price improvement on GameStop and banned talking about it and incentivized locking shares up in cold storage So yeah, I mean, even if not intentionally, that's what they've done. They've shot themselves in the foot, if you will. I'm looking to enter a straddle for CPI. What do you think about entering the long leg today and waiting till tomorrow before entering the short leg? Okay. I mean, I see the logic there. You could do that. You need the same expirations though. I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, you're probably going to end up with like a strangle rather than a straddle. And you're also betting pretty heavily that the market moves up. What if it moves into like the lower 550 range and CPI doesn't cause a bounce up to your, it bounces, but it doesn't cause a bounce up to your calls, and you're stuck with dead calls and puts? It was all always options. It still is. It always will be. It's an illiquid stock, and all of its price action is directly influenced by its options chain. Wait, you're doing the same thing by killing vol by selling CCs. Yeah. But when I buy back or my CCs expire, right, vol goes back up. And then you can sell it again. It isn't just GME though. Kenny does it with a lot of other stocks. As soon as it appears, you see Citadel or other players buying to sell vol. Yeah, they do it all over the market. That's why, you know, if you read the last DD I wrote, you know, it's GME is no different from the rest of them. It just has, the only difference is the retail interest. I mean, the market maker's still buying your calls, Tatzel. Stop being so dramatic. I was being sarcastic. Who's the artist in the Louvre that did the options missing piece pick? So many feels from that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. Nerve doing a thing. Good for it. Alternatively, Jimmy just sold like 18% short, right? Why not Occam's razor? Why not the shorts got the fuck out in January and volatility shorts stayed in because retail did big dumbs? Are you looking for anything in particular besides a price reversal to determine a top? I mean, ideally a break of Gamma Max. The stream card during March OPEX. I have to go back and look. Crudy pickle. I don't. Capital markets are run by greed and fear. I'd rather be greedy than fearful. Remember SS went from we own the float multiple times to these dips help us lock the float? Dude, don't talk about things that are so blatantly obvious. If PPI and CPI come in under this week and the market starts to rip, would that multiply the effect on GME? Vol, because of all the CCs out, also works the other way when the market dumps. Yeah. Safe to sell some GME CCs now. You can if you want to. How can you take 2 from 5 and leave 4? Ooh, this one's better. Hold on. I gotta think about it. 2 from 5 and leave 4. Like that? If you have 5 and you take away 2, you get 4? Is that the right answer? Don't fucking leave me hanging here. That just says implied volatility now. Yes? Okay, cool. That was a good one. You can't get price improvement if you only want to buy the dips. That's not true. Someone else can improve the price. You can buy calls on the dips, and then that forces the market maker to improve the price. SPX to 3650 today? Maybe. That's kind of the upper bound. I don't know. I guess we'll see what cat hits. You can't stream the bankruptcy hearing. It's closed door. It's hard watching number go up while you're slowly just putting cash in the account and not trading with it yet. Yeah. You bested me again. I'll be back tomorrow with more. All right. Delta on Rev 35 is down to 1.18. Yeah, that's due to the IV dropping. SST is having a small run today. Does it look like ETF FTD covering to you? I got signed on some CSPs recently, so ready to dump some bags. Do I still have that on here? Hold on. Yes. Oh, see, yeah, this does look like ETF FTD covering. Yeah, it does. And yeah, SST obviously, as we know, lines up with cycle covering. So yeah, it looks like quite a lot of it actually. Well, I mean, not a lot of it, but a lot of it relative to SST. I don't think I have Greeks for SST. Uh, no. So I'm not really sure what Gamma Max is, but it's very nice. Good for you if you're up. How do you remain calm when so much money is on the line? I don't know. Just don't really think about it. Yeah, Ader's part of it, but too much liquidity. It's not very interesting. Yeah, no problem, dude. Cat Weekly is bad until good. Sometimes they're amazing, but they're almost always terrible, right? They're big risk buying cat weeklies. Although today I might pick some up. This is a bit tempting. Yeah, I'll pick up a couple. Fuck it. Just for fun. Something to do. Man, they're gonna fight for that gamma flip point so much. What did you pay per contract? $3? Um, I don't know. I should probably cut some 165s. 8340 equals 3. 1246 equals 1. 660. 6,684 equals 4. 1908 equals 4. 1430. 1543 equals 0. 740. 50. 7594 equals 1. What does 886 equal? I have no idea. Sorry, I'm trying to manage cat right now. Those who have some means think the most important thing in the world is love. The poor know that it is money. Yeah, that's accurate. Palantir woke up. Are you going to sell some CCs? Sure. Did Gert discuss finger motion ink up $1,000 in a month? Someone brought it up before. That's Ray Dalio saying stocks are going 20% lower. I agree. I think Jamie Dimon did too. Just not a fan of people shorting volatility. Fair enough, but people have to eat, right? They can't just hold their bags forever while we wait on Ryan Cohen. Do you think 95% of people's problems would be solved if they were multimillionaires? No, because when everybody's a multimillionaire, it's not worth being a multimillionaire anymore. How am I sabotaging my shares? GME will grow regardless of if people sell volatility on it or not, right? I'm unlike a lot of people. I'm not bullish on MOASS. I'm actually bullish on the company. I don't give a fuck what people do with it in the near term. I'm probably going to own GME for like the next 3 to 5 years, at least, if not longer. If IV continues to remain high, people keep DRSing. I'm going to keep owning it. I'm only like 7 months or 2 OPEX runs away from having free shares anyway. I would argue that I'm more bullish on GME than anybody waiting on MOASS. Because I would still own the company even without it. You know, it's like Buffett said, if the market closed tomorrow, I wouldn't own anything that I wouldn't be okay with owning if it stayed closed for the next 10 years, or I'm paraphrasing, but borrow fee for finger is at 1047.93%. All right, what shitty penny stock are you pumping here? It's super volatile. They don't seem to make any money. Um What do they do? Package software? Big buy volume over 20 early September. So it's not moving cyclically. I don't know, maybe someone just over short on it. Seems like someone just got caught shorting it with their pants down. That doesn't mean it has a lot more upside potential. Although they did get it pretty low here at the bottom. The percentage gain's not relevant, but it is. Someone's getting squeezed out, although volume today looks to be significantly lower than on the 3rd. Wait. Oh, that's the weekly. Volume this week is way lower. So it's whatever covering needs to be done, it's peaking. Or it looks like it's hitting a local peak. It's probably going to consolidate a bit. I'd want to see like FTD reports in a couple weeks. You upset the super stinker hate watchers. 64 dislikes, 87% like ratio. Awesome. It's all good, Tatzel. If DRS shares as soon as I learn how to do CCs, I'm calling my shares back from computer share to earn money on them. The M calls that I never cut are almost in the money. Congratulations. Yeah, Upstart's moving up pretty nicely. This is good, by the way. Upstart Gamma Flip? Close. Let me look. What's it at? Gamma Flip's at 2609. But it's pushing up. If it keeps pushing and we start to get more short capitulation on those puts, it's quite bullish. No, I haven't sold any CCs yet. Are you ready to reveal the stock you were alluding to in yesterday's stream? No. Because it's a big piece of shit and I gotta do a lot more digging. So probably not gonna talk about it much until like maybe next week or something. It has all the fucking triggers that cause you guys to bag hold shit for months and call me a shill. No, it's not bankrupt. No, if it was ape, I would have just said it. It's definitely not ape. I'm not front running anybody. I have no position in it. I don't have my yen position on WeBull. You can't buy futures on WeBull. I just want to say, like, my most ignored call of this year, by far, was short Nikkei, long yen. And I'm just gonna say that it's been phenomenal. Like, Nikkei, straight down. Yen, straight up. The long yen part has been playing out very, very nicely. I don't know. I don't know what you're on about. Wait a minute. You can be interested in something and not instantly take a position in it? Yeah, believe it or not. I'm not buying BBBY bonds. Jake Freeman trying to offload his bond bags. You don't need to trade Forex. My exposure is all in futures and FCY, which is there's yen ETFs, 3 of them. There's like just one that tracks and then like a bear and a bull. Why Fubo stay still? Who gives a shit? Also, I think it's up a little bit today. I don't know what the fuck is going on with FCY, FXY. Uh, this is inverse, right? This is what you want. You want I don't know why it's performing that way. I'm not sure, but you want nope. Is that not coming up? Hold on. Oh, I typed in the wrong thing. You want YC? Well, you could go short there, or you can go YCS, which is these are the leveraged ones. YCS and YCL. Or Forex. I mean, Forex is better. I mean, IBKR is fine for futures. You can use like Ninja Trader. I wasn't concerned about M holding 1714. I was concerned about M holding 1614. That's when I bought back in. M's doing good. It's got a nice little bounce. I thought it's on Feb 95C for RTX. Okay. I mean, I could see it. They have earnings coming up, though. Did you buy back your Upstart CSPs or just let them expire? I just let them expire. I'm not really afraid of a move below 20. And if it moved below 20, I don't mind buying more. Does that mean you want the yen to gain value against the dollar? Yeah. FXY isn't... I don't know what's going on with that fund. It's weird. I mean, you don't want that one anyway. Why is the FTD peak today? Today's just the day with the highest number of ETF FTDs. Because settlements double stacked from yesterday. None of the days have particularly high ETF FTDs. They're relatively low across the entire 6-day period. Today's just a little better because there's double the amount due on the same day. Like, I think almost every day is like 200 to 300,000. But today's like 600K instead because it's doubled up. EWV for short Nikkei. Seems good. It's not short Nikkei though. It's short MSCI Japan. So that might be something to consider. We haven't seen ETF FTD settlement today on Jimmy. I don't know if that's true. We may have seen it, which may not be a lot. The numbers aren't crazy like they were in August. In August, it was like millions of FTDs on the peak days. These are a quarter of that notional, like, or well, total. Tatzel Gur, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG, I'm on CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
So, well, the problem with MSCI Japan is that, like, it'll only see upside, like, tangentially, right, or peripherally. Like, it's a sympathy position. It's not the direct position. Like, you want to be directly short Nikkei, not like sub indexes, because they may not meet the same performance, right? Ooh, put capitulation? Not really. I mean, low end put capitulation. The bigger, higher end puts are definitely just going to stay in place. No one's moving that shit until after CPI. My DGen account is green again. I don't know what to do. Congratulations, Carl. Capture profits and don't fuck up anymore. I don't know. Something's wrong with YCL. I really don't know how those ETFs are weighted. I wonder how high Upstart will go today. I actually don't care. I'm just really happy that it has pressure on it. You see volumes increasing. Like, this is Upstart, I just want pressure. I want pressure applied to the positioning on it. Does Upstart have a lot of upside potential left? Upstart has, yeah, quite a bit. I mean, let's see. Gamma Max is at $77. Delta Neutral's at 32. So yeah, it's got quite a bit of room. What's your PT for Upstart? Just up. After doing extensive research for the last 5 minutes, back to Upstart Ref and Spy it is. Can you play the remix I Can Be Green that you shared Friday? It was fire. I absolutely can. Maybe it won't kill the run this time. My upstart position is up 300%. Now I'm only down 70% instead of 95. Is this what winning feels like? Sounds like it. I want to say congratulations, but it doesn't feel necessary. When Fubo covered call? Not yet. Reason Upstart is going up today specifically. Well, they can't short it. Yeah, but that's not real shorting. Appreciate the insight and guidance. I've not been around for like 6 weeks. Can you give me a quick update on Rev and what we're expecting this week? I mean, we don't know what to expect yet, but this week is the delisting hearing. They have up to 45 days to make a decision. They could take the maximum amount of time to do so. I don't think they will, but they might. more than likely we'll have a decision pretty quickly. If not, we have the bankruptcy hearing at the end of the month. NYSE makes the decision. I don't know if you know this, but on YouTube, your title top line is another day beating off. That's correct. The Bears. You think I knew exactly the number of characters that would display on mobile? Once they make their decision, assuming not to delist, what specifically causes upward pressure mechanically? I mean, ETFs will buy back in. Any active traded hedge funds will buy back in because it's still part of the R2K. Mutual funds will buy more. All of those things would raise the price, causing ETFs to buy even more. And there's not really any shares to buy. So ideally, that will generate a lot of volatility. Girk, I'm happy. Awesome, man. Girk keeps eating those cauliflower puffs. I kind of want some now. They're pretty good. I'm getting used to the fact that they're not as good as like regular cheese puffs. Mm, let me look. ETF ownership previously was about 300,000 shares. There's like a decent chunk of people in here. Like the fucking stream, people. You happy now, Matthew Hodge? I did it. I heard people were in here beating off bears. The stream is taking a turn, huh? What's the application process? I mean, gaff. Nobody knows better how to receive a good beating off than you. Yeah, we can appreciate it, Carl. I think we can appreciate the fuck out of it. Why the BBBY tag still? I don't know, because I don't remember to change the tags. I only change them once a year. We could talk about BBBY. It's underperforming everything. The hedge flip doesn't really have anything to do with the Greek neutrals. I mean, gamma neutral technically, but it's skewed. Stop containing your emotions and give me the snarky smirk you like to give when institutions are playing into your thesis, you shall. All right. You got me. TDA turned off your sell button. You could probably fight them about it. Fubo's doing pretty shitty today, too. IWM just doesn't fail that much. Sorry. So, you know the worst feeling in the world? When you open up an overnight straddle and both sides of it print super hard, but you sell here and it goes to here, and then you sell here and it keeps like driving up. I guess at least I didn't sell here. Although maybe that would have been better. Yeah. You LT damned your upside? I mean, I sold there at the peak. But it looks like it's going to now bounce to 36.50. I mean, it's okay. I have calls. I don't know. I'm just mad about it. So ape to the moon? No. God, no. Because of the fails? No. Cenas? Don't time out gaff, Carl. Gaff's on the quant team. He's higher level than you. Now I gotta find Carl and time him out. Okay, that was the upstart pullback. I hope you losers got in. Upstart's kind of cool. I'm gonna start a 1K account and see how I can get it, and it's gone. Okay, well, that was quick. I got bent over on an SPX market buy earlier that filled 200 over the bid ask. Dude, never buy SPX never buy or sell SPX without a limit order. Which Fubo calls do you own? I have $5 Jan 23s, $10 Jan 23s, $5 Jan 24s, $10 Jan 24s, and $50 Jan 24s. Ooh. Ooh. Mr. Dork. Should I buy more calls? Can I buy 10 more of these fucking things? Show the class. Upstart, I mean, I don't know how valuable this is, but Upstart finna squart. Is Upstart a basket stock? It is now. Are you grabbing rev leaps this low? I bought more of them. Because the average down, but not a lot more. Like 300 more. Jimmy orders going internal. I mean, to some degree, but utilization was still pretty high this morning. So this isn't helping that, right? And if they dump utilization or they dump internalization, it's going to rocket. So a lot of pressure on end of day CNS. I need an ETF that tracks your ooze. Utilization up this year because everyone's selling covered calls. Partially, yeah. They collateralize when they go in the money, so creates a demand. Also, probably largely responsible for increase in borrow rate, or partially responsible for increase in the borrow rate. Selling covered calls, same like temporary DRS with the OCC. Upstart GM? Do you want to know? I don't think you're ready for it. What's your CC price target on GME? I want the hedge to flip. It's $77. Upstart's Gamma Max is $77. We'll see. Its flip point is at 26. It's still quite a ways off, right? But us selling cover calls doesn't make GME pay lots of fees to CS. No. No, it doesn't. In fact, we get paid premiums by the market maker. I did a Delta options chart on Upstart this weekend, and 7 million shares should be purchased back by the MM after OPEX. Cool. Rev hearings on the 13th. Are those Gen 590s on Upstart? Yes. What's the difference between your white lines and green and blue dotted lines? Oh, I have no idea. For Caterpillar? I don't have any green and blue dotted lines. This? Where's Future Ripping guy? Future Ripping. Not NASDAQ futures, but everything else. Caterpillar has resistance at 183.45 and 185.60. Yeah, 185.60. If Upstart tests Gamma Max, I'll make $1 million. Can you make that happen? I can't make it happen, but it'd be cool if it does. Are you gonna become Pontiff of VWAP? If you're gonna become a Pontiff of VWAP, I'll put some backbone into it. But otherwise, I'm just not gonna try that hard. Tesla is performing really poorly. Thoughts on when a good entry might be? I don't know. You could probably wait for a little bounce before you buy puts. You just got Uncle Bruce. BTU waking up. Cool. 223 open interest on the 510 call for Upstart. Pickle Jar to own them all. Probably just Pickle Morty. Ah, red candle, investment dad. Two red candles, even more dad. We need that to happen in the next couple weeks. You didn't get any theta? Bro. Lame. Hey, I ended up selling SPX at the peak. I did it. I feel way less bad about selling my straddle there now. I just make more if it happens soon. If Upstart tests Gamma Max, it'll be nice. I think it'd be nice for just anybody along Upstart. Oh, here come the. I saw a red candle. Is that it for ETF FTDs? Probably. They're not very impressive. I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see what happens. CNS might have some pressure. I mean, if the market falls back down, yeah, we could go. We could drop. Upstart could drop. Still a lot of puts in place. Gamma Max for is 77 for Upstart. Can you explain what this means? It means that on a breakthrough of $77, gamma on the chain would start to collapse and the hedge could be reversed, provided it runs. What's the time frame for Upstart hitting GM? A week, a month? I have November, December, and Jan calls on Upstart and shares. So I don't know. It's still on Reg Show, so it's a little it's a little hard to determine exactly when it'll run because everything's delayed by Reg Show. I saw a red candle. Is that it for ETF FTDs? Could be. There weren't very many of them. You guys got to get off the 1 minute chart. Yeah, seriously. Do I need to like cycle between like the 15-minute and the 1-minute chart every once in a while? Why can't people just have price targets instead of trying to make all of your trades based on the color of the last candle? I mean, you guys have been doing this for like 2 years. I'm not going to treat you like babies anymore. I'm writing up my financial advice column and I need a citation. I mean, not if it's on Reddit, you don't. That was my kink. I'm out. AMD reverse head and shoulder gherk. Recovering? Maybe. It's up on the day now. A weird one, but yeah. Okay. I mean, no. But maybe like the bottom of one on the 1 hour. It may have like we may be finding a local bottom for everything right now though. $60 calls? Why did my order of 2410 for 50 GME not fill today at market open? I don't know. There were only so many shares for sale and you weren't lucky? Here's my question. How didn't you fill after market open? Why is V always late to the party? I don't know. But it frequently is. Yeah, 20's been a pretty nice price to enter Upstart. Since Craigslist shut down personals, how can I find local bottoms? Grinder? Gherk, multiple red candles, market crash? It's just so funny to see it like compared to how everyone was acting this morning. Everyone's like, ah, it's so sad. The market's dropping. I lost everything. I'm financially ruined. Now the market's up 53 basis points and everyone's acting like it's fucking MOASS. Like, what's gamma max on everything? How far can this run? SPY 520 end of year. SPX still have a chance to hit 38.75? Yeah, not soon, but yes. Can you check Gamma Max on my port? Yeah, sure, Lorca. How much money you have in there? No one's even here. You're talking to yourself. I know. Thanks for the info on Upstart and keeping up the knowledge on GME. Had a nice week and it's only Tuesday. 20's been my entry Upstart and it's paid off. Keep up the great work. Thanks, man. You too. Gork, when Upstart lend to Rev for Moana. No. No, no, no. No hopium. Will HKD ever have options on it? Fuck no. Upstart IV Bob. A little one. Just a little tiny one. Looks like Pickle Jar is responsible for bumping IV on the November Upstart chain. Silliness. I'll half port Upstart, half port Tootsie Roll. Don't tease Dork like that. Should VIX get back under 30 by November? I think so. I mean, I bought some puts on it. Averaged them down a little bit. Jimmy was back briefly. Now they're gonna dump internalization. No, today was yesterday and today combined. Jimmy's not dead. If the market moves up again, Jimmy will move up also. Goat cheese, jalapeno, and arugula. I don't know how I feel about goat cheese on burgers. I'm tempted to sell some calls, but the hedge hasn't flipped yet, right? No, it hasn't. Oh no, spy, epic failure. Plop a ball of mozzarella on it. Eh. What percentage of your calls have you sold? On what? GME? 0? Yeah, volatility plays. Or hedging. Is there a bull case for costs? I mean, it's illiquid, but not really. No. I've been in and out of the stream and just wanted to know, do you expect Upstart to hit above 26 today or sometimes this week? Or does it all depend on the market? I mean, it largely depends on the market. They're not covering on Upstart, right? It's just moving up because there's pressure against the hedge from active funds. Same with Jimmy. Like, there's no real. Jimmy doesn't have a lot of covering today, but they're also not covering that. Underpriced best value right now? I have no idea. I'm not looking for calls on it. You need to, yeah, those like best value and good pricing on options, is in the moment. It's like real time data. You have to go look yourself. Follow up: is it worth averaging down a high share value for costs, or is the capital better deployed elsewhere, e.g., Fubo? I mean, I don't know how high your value is, but you could wait. Usually, cost runs a little bit during like an OPEX run, but you could be waiting months for that to happen. I swear not all the plays I have are done. Oh, yeah, no problem, man. I don't mind. I've got profitable upstart calls that I'm trying to reposition. Okay. Probably just look at November, December monthly strikes. Those are pretty decent. At least they give some nice data. I mean, calls are a little underpriced on Upstart already, generally speaking. Do you expect Jimmy to break GM this OPEX? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to run for October OPEX yet. I'd need to see them short us a lot harder first. Awesome. It was me. Congratulations. November, December Upstart are you holding? I have 30, 35, 40, 50, and $60 calls. And 7,500 shares at 23.14, I think. I'm lazy, but one espresso. Is the Jura 710 Z10 good? No. Automatic espresso machines are like a step up from a Keurig, but they don't make real espresso. At least not after the first month. Also, they require constant maintenance and cleaning. They're a big pain in the ass. Why should any of the babies in here be doing anything other than swing trading cat and DDS? Semi-serious question. um, I mean, there's always EPAM. Don't let the downs ruin the party. There's a support here. I feel like everyone can see it. It's pretty obvious. It's gone on all day. Can't wait to eat some bean soot. Yeah, those things aren't my favorite. I'm not gonna lie. The mocha pots. You can do some work with them if you have a decent grinder, but they're pretty hard to get right. What's the most useless information you know? Carl's shoe size? Thanks for the financial advice on zero DTE spy calls. I have no idea what you're talking about. When the fuck did you figure that out? Simple analysis, my dear Watson. Simple analysis. Jimmy Gamma Max 3478. Which will be higher end of year? Carl's T or the Spy? Tesla. Do you like EPAM at these prices to go long? I mean, it's a good price if you expect the QQQ to bounce or Nasdaq to bounce. What's your best guess as to my shoe size? I'm curious. I'm gonna go with 11 and a half, Carl. 11 and a half wide. We didn't go down right after I played the music. We continued up for a few minutes, then we went down. 13 wide? Same like me? Oh, man, do you want to borrow some shoes? I've got a lot of shoes I don't wear. $22 covered calls safe. For Jimmy? Only one way to find out. No one cares, Stefan. Was economy dead Thursday or revitalized? What do you think? $4 Revlon covered calls safe? No? Been away this week doing family stuff. Are you gonna play the Rev hearing on the 13th? How? Probably gonna play it with my massive Revlon position. That's super underwater. That's at least that's my plan. I don't wear shoes. Shoes are oppression weapons from the man. Then how do you know your shoe size and width? Did you ever get your Osiris D3s? No, it's like a 3-month shipping period. In case I need to go undercover. Dude, if your only disguise is you wearing shoes, people are gonna still know who you are. I mean, they're not gonna believe it. They're gonna be like, oh my god, that's Carl. I can't believe he's wearing shoes. But they're still gonna be like, oh my god, that's Carl. You're like a ginger Viking. You can't disguise yourself. Matthias Goliath. Welcome aboard, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Matthias? Do you pronounce the th? I had a friend whose name was Matthias, but he said Matthias. I'm gonna fall asleep. Holy shit, I'm tired.
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on
I'm not a fucking centaur, JC.
And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I don't know. We don't have CFDs in the US, but they don't affect the underlying either. They're like a synthetic swapped position, so there's no effect from CFD buying or trading on the underlying. Have you added more Rev 35 C123? I did a double take when I checked the recent price. I take it you're still confident as you're still holding it. Confidence, I don't know about. Crazy, maybe a little. I am still holding it though. I didn't add any more today, but I bought some yesterday. My cost basis for GME is 31 and 26. No, it's a number in between 31 and 26. Should I sell and average down? Probably not. Oh, it says the 11th. I feel like since the euro is below parity with the US dollar, we shouldn't ever have to hear CFD spoken ever. Nice. Hmm. I think I need more coffee. I'm gonna go get more coffee before I fall asleep. Faster than a Starbucks. You know what's weird about that is that those should be. There we go. Does upward pressure into the end of the day let us know? Tell us if people know positive news is coming, or in the money puts are closing because they want to de-risk. I've been moassing all year. What are you guys doing? Almost as fast as me in bed. I think you still got me beat, Carl. What does the finna part of the finna squart come in? When there's more pressure. What percentage of GME calls have you sold? Not very many. I've sold 12. To be fair, the spreads are really fucking bad right now. I'm thinking like 28 to 35. Some weird deep in the money upstart options. Just about delta neutral though. Hmm. Okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they have up to 45 days. Sold 130, bought 135. Interesting. How big of a position? Is your secret near bankrupt company one you've never named on stream before? I don't think I have. It was negative delta. Hmm. 164K sold, 171K bought. Not massive, but trying to figure out the strategy here. I see little profit potential unless I'm missing something. I mean, it's a credit spread, right? But like a bear put spread? A weird one to do in the money, though. They're neutral to vol changes. I know that. And time decay improves them? What was the strike? 130, 135? And it's either betting on a massive uptick in IV over the next... Hundred and 2 days. But it'd be betting on a huge move in IV because it's like the position's almost completely neutral. I mean, it's not really. We would have to see like a 400% increase in IV or more for that to be even, and it would only be like 4% return. Just free short. It makes me think it's a credit spread, and that the 35p are sold, and the 30p is bought to open, and then you'd have, I mean, you get to short the stock for free, right? $130 sold, $135 bought. Yeah, it makes no sense. I mean, it's break even below 130, right? But there's no percent gain. So like from 25 to $130, it just does nothing. I'm not sure. That's a weird position. Do you see any advantage to holding rev shares long term if my cost basis is zero? Assuming it's not delisted. No. Yeah, if your cost basis is that low, I don't see any advantage or disadvantage. Or if it's not delisted, sure, I mean, why not? Weird 2 o'clock doldrums. SPX looks good, actually. It looks like it might try to test like 3650 before end of day. People just do things for nothing. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just a credit. So it's a credit short, right? So they're using the sale of the 130s to get the credit to buy 135 puts, which are, you know, higher delta. So they effectively, it's actually like neutral, sort of. I don't know. It's a weird position. Wait, this is on Upstart? Yeah. I just don't. Like, it only makes money if the price of the stock goes above 135. Right? That's what's so crazy about it. It's so insanely far out of the money. And it, like, not only does the price of the stock have to go above 135, additionally, the volatility would have to go up as well. It's for Jan 20, 2023. It's just such a weird fucking position. Entropy, maybe like a volatility decay play, but that doesn't make sense either. Could be part of a swap hedge. It's not a row play. Puts lose value if row goes up. Even if they were inversed, the position still doesn't make a lot of sense. It'd be more bullish, I guess. Because inversed, it would be, very profitable above 135. Well, it'd be profitable above, maybe higher than that. It'd be profitable above like 150 before end of year. Yeah, I want to say price suppression, but not a wall that high up, right? Like, reversed, it's a credit spread. So if the 135 is sold and the 130 is bought, and then you'd get you're buying an in the money put, right? So you're shorting the underlying. Maybe the 130's bought though because it has the higher delta value. So you're, yeah, I guess that's it's almost like a synthetic short future. Or a synthetic put. No, you need 100 shares for that. No, it's not a synthetic because it'd be put call, not put put. This one's put put, right? Yeah, so it's It's not an insane. I mean, it's definitely not an insanely bullish bet. Well, it's either a credit or a debit spread, but either way, it's irrelevant. So the delta of the 130p is higher than the delta of the sold 135p. So you're getting a short, but only the difference in delta between these two strikes. I guess it's free as long as the stock doesn't go to 130. I sold some volatility today, got paid. Congratulations, Veronica. I don't know. It's like $300,000. It's not small. It's being done for a reason. I can only assume like liquidity, but you ponder the benefits of superimposing an iron condor on an inverse iron condor. So you want this profitability range, and this is you want the price in here where you make no money. I like it. Just tuning in. Are we selling cover calls on GME? Not really. I kind of want to sell cover calls on Fubo, but it's not doing anything special today. We got an hour and 10 minutes till CNS. Oh no, the market failed. You suck, market. Oh, Fubo has news? Short interest in the communication sector is too high. Fubo TV is the most shorted communications stock at 37.94%. Oh, look, AMC is number 2 at 31.96. Somebody should tell AMC that Fubo's better. I wonder if we could get Adam Aaron to do like a press release. Any reason to hold a 2250 upstart call? I don't know. Do you have a lot of theta on it? That would be a reason. Can you talk about what you'd be looking at during any type of volatility spikes in Rev? To what extent does volume on the underlying come into play? That's very important. Is a new Planet of the Apes movie being made by Disney? Is it a GME documentary? Ugh. Sorry if this question has been answered, but will the potential after hours run for GME from XRT being on Reg Show for 13 consecutive days be today, since yesterday was a bank holiday? Yes. It's just the following day. What if it doesn't flip? Then I'll sell them anyway without the flip, but further out of the money. You explain the relationship between bond prices and the SPY. You mean like how do bonds affect equities? It depends on the type of bond. But I think that's what you're asking? And when bond prices go down, stock prices tend to go up, but that's not always true. Bonds generally compete with equities for investment liquidity, right? But they don't always move in unison. Sometimes they can both go up simultaneously, like when there's too much liquidity chasing not enough investments, right? A more positive correlation in times of inflation. Also, in like a market crash, bonds and stocks will both fall. Upstart seemed like GME before Jan 2021 sneeze. I mean, it's starting to get a high fail to volume ratio. 60/40 investment plan seem like 60% port allocated to SPY, 40% to PIMCO bond ETF. Yeah, and then you'd flip that in a bear market, right? Are you talking about? I mean, you could be talking about like yields, maybe like bond yields going up. What are you waiting for the hedge to flip? End of day today or after CPI PPI? I mean, if I have to, I'll wait till after CPI PPI. Yields, not eels. Yield. No, we're not throwing car batteries into bank lobbies. So bond yields represent the opportunity cost of investing in equities, right? In a way. So, you know, if like the 10-year is at like a 7% yield per annum, right? Then equity markets would only be attractive if they could return more than that, right? So like when yields are high, it's usually a good time to buy. Ironically, it's a good time to buy equities for growth, but a bad time to buy equities for value. Who's wifey? Some guy on Twitter. Oh. I mean, the equity bond correlation is like less than one in every economics textbook on the planet. Bounce on Dixie at 1240. 11240? Don't say that. I don't want Dixie to bounce. No, full rejection. New low. Back to 109, dork. Average cost basis on pigeon wheel status. I have no idea. Bought back my covered calls, made 600 today. Not bad, and still 2 hours left. Yeah, plenty of time left. Market ouchie. Still don't think we're going to cross 3650 for a little bit. The net negative gamma at 3650 is like negative 100 million. It's a bit rough. I mean, there's more room to the downside, but I think a lot of that capitulated as well. There's no song for this. No, Olive's still intact. Olive doesn't go away. Just time on the olive. Remember? If no price pressure. You know, you seem to claim to understand a lot about markets, but you don't seem to understand this. And it's really simple. Dill pickle man. They either run out of time or price forces capitulation. Price is not currently forcing capitulation. That doesn't make the olive dead. The olive's still relevant. It just means it is more likely that time will be the factor. It's not a Dorito of doom, it's a pimento of hope. I do understand that. Well, I do understand most, so you're not wrong. I just want to see the live olive. God damn it. Fucking shill. Borrow rate up to 27 on Upstart. Hey, only 300 more potential breakouts and we can MOASS. No, I haven't positioned in the new play. I'm still not a huge fan of it. Thanks for nabbing that with the timeout, Carl. Are you holding any SPY weeklies? No. Thoughts on Tater Tom? I mean, the man moves markets, so. So, for everybody who wants it to fall further, try to remember that these puts are fucking expensive. $3 sign puts because VIX isn't cooling off. VIX is big ups. So no one really wants to buy these. We're not seeing, it's not like shitloads of put interest are building to the downside. People are selling them, but that's not bearish, right? Like, I'd sell people $3,400 puts all fucking day on SPX. But, I mean, they're not buying, they're buying some calls. They're mostly in the upper ranges, right? So up here we have calls. Down here we have some puts. And what we have here is very strong delta neutral positioning. Because everyone's waiting for CPI and PPI. So it's much more likely that the market's going to stay, you know, in this range into those dates, which are actually, what is this, the 15-minute? Those are like right here. Then, you know, after some determination is made, these will either capitulate or these will, and then that money will flow one of those two directions. I mean, CPI is arguably more important. But they both matter. It's just that the trend on PPI is already pretty decent. And the money VIX calls is a percent of equity. That's what I do, yeah. I mean, it's relative to the trend of the VIX, Stefan. I don't think there's like a specific. I mean, you're trying to oversimplify it. How'd you get your bankroll to where it is now? Trading, mostly? What was your original capital? 25,000. What was your first play? Uh, Short strangles on spy. When I first started trading, the market wasn't so volatile. It was just doing, nice, like a nice like channel move up, right? Market was kind of, so I was just selling short strangles on the outside of that. And then as I built up capital, I started taking more risks. Song time? What song? For the upside? Upside song time? But it's not CNS yet. I don't want to play a song just to get rejected off 3635. I don't have a yacht. Very high maintenance costs. Like, you have to have fuck you money to own a yacht, and I have hit the dislike and get the fuck out of here money. So not the same. No, the first dollar I made trading my own capital was digital. I'm pretty sure I've never transferred that dollar back out, actually. I don't ever think I've taken money out of that account. Most of my trading accounts, I just put money into them from my other accounts, like my long-term holding accounts and stuff. I don't really take a lot of money out. Like, I have a like income generation accounts that I use to like pay my bills and add funds to my investment accounts. So, but like, I don't think I've ever taken money out of my trading accounts. See, it's a good thing I didn't play the song. You can't buy songs from me. That's not a real thing. I can't be bought. I'm not some internet trollop. You're a poor, sorta, yeah. I live like a poor. It keeps me grounded. Yeah, the songs are available on in the Discord in the music channel. Check the pins. I need to trim my beard. This is getting scraggly. I feel like a fucking pirate or something. I do absolutely live like a poor. Thank you so much, JC. for acknowledging my humbleness. Not some internet trollop. Looks at stream card. I mean, I spend I would say a lot of money relatively on food, and then that's it, really. Where did you learn to have multiple different accounts for different purposes? Where can I don't know if there's a book on organization, but it's just like organizing, right? They're just accounts. It's not like they're special. You can only have one of them. You can have hundreds. They're free too. You just open them. If you were on YouTube 47 years ago, I'd be loaded. Cheers, Gurk, and thanks. Thanks, Paul. Cheers to you too, man. How many accounts do you have? I don't know, like 10 or 15 different ones. Total. I only use like 6 actively. Yeah, you have like accounts for like dividends, you have accounts for bonds, you have accounts for futures, you have accounts for equities, you have, trading accounts, covered call accounts. Mm. Do you just keep 25K in your options trading account? Oh no. Ew. How do you remember your passwords? It's not that hard. I have like a little blockchain thing. Like it's like a little like a keychain thing, and it's got my passwords. If I forget them. I usually don't forget them. You hold bonds? I mean, I have some. Some bond exposure. Yields are way up. I mean, I'm not gonna turn down free money. I can't manage it all, right? Like, once you get to a certain point, diversification's not an option. Like, like not diversifying is not an option anymore because you can't actively manage. So you either buy and hold shit, which is mostly what I do. No, you have to go to that stupid fucking website to buy the bonds. Treasury Direct or whatever the fuck it's called. You can get T-bills that are like 3-4% for like 13, 26 weeks. It's not great, and it's mostly worse than equities, but you don't have to think about it. Which account holds your most GME shares? Fidelity. My 2 Fidelity accounts, probably. I use the same password on all my accounts and all platforms on every site. Well, that's stupid. I do remember the day I went to the library to trade. That was super fun. It was like me, and there was this homeless dude there with me, and he kept breathing on me. Like he was sitting really close. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Trading stocks." And he was like, "Well, I want to get fucked up." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "But you're at a library." And he's like, "I'm just here to watch porn." And I was like, "All right, that makes sense." He was kind of cool, actually. I hope he's doing all right. I balance take my energy and my money. I mean, everything's better than cash. We have inflation, right? I'm pretty sure 4% in 26 weeks beats inflation. I bonds, yeah, 9.262. They're not bad. I mean, it's a good thing to stuff your money. They'll go up. I don't know if he shadowed my trades. Is that Kendra at the library? Maybe. Secret millionaire? You should have given that guy a free Pigeon Well membership, and now he would not be homeless anymore. Who says I didn't? What have I done with my life? Guybrush for MOASS. Alright, you can have it. Did you say I bond rate will go up? I think they go up in November, don't they? The I series bonds? I think they get repriced in November. You think they'll go down? They might. I don't know about one now. They could go down. I'm not sure what the I'm not sure if they've announced the rate yet or not. I traded a couple times in my library. It's fine. You can reserve some study rooms for the day. Their internet was a big step down from my home internet, though. Mm. Yeah, it's really bad. A trade of 100 SPX 3600C just went through at less than half the current ask. Any idea how? No. I mean, someone sold them to him for less than half the current ask. Maybe there was a mispricing when they picked him up. Well, it only pays 9.62% for the first 6 months. Why is everyone so interested in fucking bonds all of a sudden? God. Boomers. In spirit. Harder to lose money. That's all it is. You're like, wait, I can make money and not lose it? People shouldn't be losing money in the bear market. This bear market's been amazing. %99 of this chat doesn't. Yeah, I've seen you guys with options. You're gonna hodl a bond for 10 years? I don't fucking think so. I've seen the GME chat, and you guys are like, if this goes to 40, I'm selling everything. It's been a year and a half. Most of you aren't even gonna sell at a gain. If that happened. You're not fooling me. It's like, ah, man, if it hits my cost basis, I'm getting the fuck out. That's why, well, I mean, that's why Ryan Cohen released stock and issued the split, right? Because if it ever hits your guys' cost basis again, you'll all dump your shares. So he's got to keep you holding the bags. Like those people with cost bases of like 350, if it ever hits 350, they're fucking out, right? Oh, don't scowl at me. Liked and subscribed. Whether you wanted to be or not, RC's successfully turned all of you into long-term holders. My floor is 10 million. I'm gonna go watch trade trades and feel better about losing my money. You don't want to just buy some puts on SPX? And I'm selling on the way down. I'm so proud that you've learned so much in here, JC. Did they divide the floor by 4? Or no? My Sava in the money CC is now out of the money. Thank you for the call out last week. Yeah, no problem, man. Congratulations. Watching trade trades equals poor, can't afford SPX puts. It's like watching an idiot talk about complex math. Is there a child that streams Calc 2 tutoring? Because same thing. Just be honest. You guys just want to watch a meth head while looking at stocks. $13,685 Upstart October sold straddle at 40. 1356 13,000 13,568 November bought straddle at 30. Ooh, weird. They really need some liquidity, huh? The floor hasn't changed. I knew dividing by 4 would be too difficult. Nice, Dewey. Dropping because I didn't get my song. No, dropping because it was going to happen no matter what. Why is SPY going down? Well, because we're in a bear market. This is the norm, right? SPY going down, SPY going up is the unusual play. Bull market, bear market. Ooh. Remember that time I sold CCs right before you said you wouldn't sell CCs right now? Well, I'm green again. Okay. I sold some CCs. They're also green. Congratulations. Where'd you get a weekly cat call on cat in a bull market? In a bear market? I don't know. I was playing around with it. It seemed fun. Now I'm gonna hold it overnight. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Hey Girk, I'm tracking this tech conglomerate called C Limited, and I think they're going to zero. They're burning through cash like crazy after Tencent broke their stake with them. Thoughts? Ooh. I like things going to zero. It looks really bad, but their last two earnings were kind of good. Well, not good, but better. Do they just have like obscene amounts of debt? Oh yeah, they got a lot of debt. I like how their margins just collapsed and their debt to asset ratio skyrocketed. Yeah, this is solid short. You're gonna want some time on that, but they do have some They do have some money coming in, quite a lot of money coming in. So they're not going out of business right away. Definitely overvalued. What's their PE? They don't have any earnings. You've missed a lot of it. You've missed a lot of the good times on that though. Debt servicing costs, yeah. It looks pretty cool, Diamond Dicky. But I mean, they really do need to go to zero now. They've already lost an obscene amount of value. I'm noticing a significant amount of Rev FUD. Did people not know what they were getting into? They never do. I'm actually more excited now that the unknown in FUD is getting to the weakest holders of $35 calls at the moment. At the money? The moment. I'm immune. I either lose all my money or I make a bunch of it. I'm okay with both outcomes. You think they will increase IV soon for Rev contracts? It's quite low today. It went up a little bit this morning. Wait, Rev is bankrupt? Yeah, you could straddle Rev. That's definitely a play. When are we getting another split? Definitely after another share offering. If I lose my money, I just go back to prison. Only if you get caught. Can you say the title of this stream out loud? Another day of beating off the bears? Only one of the companies that I'm invested in currently is bankrupt. If I lose all my money, I'm just gonna ghost everyone and F off into the woods for the rest of my days. Alright. Alright, the day is no longer interesting. Back to my 5-minute candles. I mean, Upstart's still up 4.5% today. Even GME is still green on the day. Man, this is a little pullback. How are you feeling about CPI and PPI? I feel like they'll be better, but still really bad. I mean, you might as well hedge by just telling her today that you lost the house. X shot, and then tomorrow, if you don't lose the house, you could be like, hey, guess what? I didn't lose the house. I got it back, honey. I don't really know how long-term relationships work, but I'd imagine that would get you some sort of sex. You should try it. Tell me how it works out. I just assume that long-term relationships are like when that period after the short-term part where you have sex all the time, and you just stop having sex. Boom, instant hero. Hey, dude, I'm not trying to create Rev FUD. Okay. I knew I was getting into a super risky play. I think what was unclear was the potential price action prior to VUPs. Do you expect more downs? I don't care. Sure. Why not? Let's go for 390. The stock had $1 before it ran the first time. Thme? What's Thme, Carl? You definitely don't know how long-term relationships work. She'll just take the house and divorce you. Well, it's your fault thinking marriage would get you laid more often. This is relationships, right? It's just like lots of having sex, less sex. Then you get married, more sex for a little bit, but it's always lower highs, right? That leads to less sex. Then try for children. Oh, another back down again. You know, relationships are a bear market, right? You buy a house, and this doesn't even improve. Like, you don't even get any price realization out of this, right? Then you lose the house. Or you die, right? And then that's even worse because you're using up more theta. But you're so happy. That's, yeah, the blow and hookers addiction after the divorce is the dead cat bounce. Did someone just get margin called? No. Somebody made and lost like $1 billion though. Just nailed the peak with a couple upstart CCs. I sold a few on the way up, which are now 25% profitable. Thanks for converting me from AMC poor to CC selling champion. Cheers, dude. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Married life sucks. I can't even shit on the floor without my wife being all dramatic and crying and calling her mom. It's some bullshit. That does sound like bullshit. You think CS will go the way of Bear Stearns? Nah, not today. GME utilization down, presumably. I mean, a little bit on the drop, but I don't know. Probably about even with yesterday. Power hour, yes. And Cenas. Where was there a 2.7 million candle on GME today? 120,000? Or 91,000? There's no 2.7 million candle on GameStop. I don't think ETF FTDs are that high, which I've been saying for the last week. It's been in the daily DD every day for 2 weeks now. It seems perfectly reasonable for a company with a market cap of 1.8 billion. Mike Miho, stop trying to buy people's rev calls for $30. If you feel very confident in the timing of a violent move, but did not know the direction, how would you play it with puts and calls? Straddle with a lot of theta. Or just enough theta, since you know the timing. I made you a meme in Rev Chat. I hope you like it. I'm going to tell you right now. The pickle has spoken. Thank you so much, Matthew. SPX 3650Ps went from 0.05 to over 250 in like 10 minutes. Now they all sell and it bounces back, right? Maybe you could stream a straddle showing A to Z steps. You buy a call and a put at the money. There you go. Straddle. Done. Slow down. I'm writing this down. Thanks so much, Bluefire. Still feeling good about SPX 1118 3800C. I may have bought some more today. I don't feel good about them, but I keep buying them. Which means I'm probably buying them at the right time. What expirations are you using for your SPX straddles? Usually like 5 or 7 DTE. Don't forget, this week I'm not skewing them, so they're not like diagonal calendar spreads anymore. They're just straight up straddles this week. At the money. Because of the CPI, and like we're just volatile in this range. So I don't wanna I'm not and I have enough calls. I have like more than enough calls. If you're straddling for a violent move, I mean, you never really have a violent move on the SPX. That's called a strangle. Byronic. And yes, strangles are better if IV increases. A little bit. You can also just strangle vol. If you just expect volatility to go up, you don't want to be exposed to price at all. You can just get like super far out of the money calls and puts. Almost like they do on GME. Or you could sell them when volatility is. Never mind. No, I bought the full straddle. What percent profit do you target on your straddles? I mean, you can close them reasonably. I haven't been. I'm just targeting like the lower and higher like gamma boundaries. So I'm not really targeting a specific profit, just specific price targets. Although to be fair, today I sold my short side at 35.90 and then my long side at 36.40 ish. Well, 36.39. I know I've been spamming Oh, I didn't think you were spamming. I didn't see you spamming at least. What are your thoughts on Jamie Dimon saying there might be a panic in the credit markets, especially ETFs? I mean, he's not wrong. They're a contagion. You leg out of your straddles though, right? I mean, yeah. Right now, because, you know, you have capitulation to the downside and upside, it's just easy to play both legs. But you can roll down your legs, so like, you know, once the market picks a direction in the morning and starts, you know, like market open, you know, you can roll down your long leg to get closer to the price action and keep rolling it. And that way when it bounces, you're immediately profitable. It's not always worth doing though. Sometimes it's easier just to close it. Because we have such strong downside support and upside resistance on the SPY and volatility's up, we're moving between these two ranges a lot. And so, you know, by straddling somewhere in the center line, you know, you can capture profits generally in one day on both sides of it. Don't forget, if your straddle prints more than 100% on either side, you know, it's covered. Like the cost is covered. Any additional gains are without risk. Well, this morning the market moved down 100 BPS. Then it moved up like 198. And from that point, it's now down another 191. So, you know, it's not hard to make money on a straddle when that's happening every day. Where would you consider a stop on QQQ? I want it far enough out that I won't get whipsawed, but some protection from a crash. I haven't really done any like analysis on QQQ. Although I guess it's not very much different than my. Let me see. I assume you're on the short side of it. So you'd probably, if you're long dated, you probably want your stop somewhere set around like 280. I don't know how profitable you are right now. There's a lot of open-ended and unanswered questions in your question. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit in chat. No, the rev hearing is Thursday. SPX chart today looks absurd. Yeah. When you buy the straddle, are you buying it 3:50 p.m. ish? Yeah, around there. I mean, the technical levels for like SQQQ to the upside are 267, 269, and 280. There's not really a lot of So, I mean, I guess like 274. But those are like where you could place stops. I don't think it's quite as volatile as like the S&P right now. Although I haven't checked like the NASDAQ VIX. Long QQQ and want protection in case of a strong move. Currently like 255. Oh, okay. So you're long on it, but you're worried about the downside and you're in at 255? I mean, just protect your profits, right? Protect like whatever acceptable amount of profits that you want to take. If you get whipsawed, you get whipsawed, but you get whipsawed into a gain, so you can always re-enter. You're not married to the contract. You didn't have to donate again to ask you. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you buy a vape juice by the barrel, there is a discount. I didn't know that. What time is PPI data released? Any thoughts on where you think it'll be? I think PPI comes out in the morning. Yeah, 8:30 a.m. I expect core to move up another point, probably. And like the baseline, probably like even or 0.1. So a slight improvement, but with still a little bit of growth in core. Core could be flat. 0.3. 0.3. So 0.3 core, I could see that. Like 0.3 core, 0.0 month over like baseline, month over month. That seems conservative enough. SLD begins next Wednesday through Monday following OPEX. I always wonder about like, okay, so you're profitable on a contract. I feel like there's a conversation that we should have. You're profitable on a contract, and you're like, I don't want to close too early because I'm afraid I'll miss upside, but I also don't want to lose what I've gained, which makes sense, right? Um, you still that doesn't mean you don't set a stop just because I'm greedy as shit. You still set a stop at your profits, like whatever your acceptable profit range is. You know, if that's 10% on the contract or 20% or whatever, you set a stop. And if, you know, it gets whipsawed out, right, and you sell, you can buy back in for cheaper if you want to maintain exposure. I don't, so, like, if you get stopped out, it means the position's moved against you. Why would you want to keep it? Obviously, there's situations where this doesn't apply, but in those situations, you wouldn't want to stop at all. You would just average down, right? Because you're waiting for, you know, a thesis to play out that you have. So like, here's an example. There's a stock trading at like $15 and you have a price target of 20, right? And you're just 100% sure that it's going to hit $20, right? And you buy at, you know, 12, let's say you buy at like 12.93 with a $15 strike and it moves up, right? And you think everything's great, but then it doesn't happen. But it bounces higher. So you would just average down here, right? Because your trend isn't broken, like your expectations are still intact. So it'd use this opportunity to average down or roll out and continue to target the upside, right? Because it's going to take a little longer to realize it than you expected. But, that way when it does hit, you've just improved your position as time went on. Now, if it falls through, then you get stopped out, right? How do you enter at 12 and not 20? It's easy. Find a bottom. Buy bottoms or sell tops. The market's not that complex. I know everyone likes to put... I mean, trading is relatively easy if you can stay disciplined. The basics of it are. It gets more complex as time goes on, but in reality, all you need to do is try to buy the bottoms of things and try to sell the tops of things. You're not going to be 100% successful in nailing that, right? But as long as you're disciplined and you minimize your risk, you'll get lots and lots and lots of opportunities to do it and get it right. No? That was the time to start buying into UVXY. Probably not. I mean, it's not. It's also not going to go down much. So, I guess. I think the idea is you don't have a contract that's down 75% in the first place, but like most trades are pretty simple. Like, you have an entry, you have a risk, and you have a price target, right? And obviously if you're going short, these are flipped, but just relative to the axis. If you hit risk, you sell. If you hit your price target, you sell. I'm way down on TQQ calls. I've been averaging into on the thesis that markets will run. I just want to know, where's the downside support? I think we have support at 257, so I set a conditional stop at 255 on the underlying. Okay. Wait, how are you don't use TQQQ to set... You don't use QQQ to set stops on TQQQ, right? They're not the same. One is a leveraged ETF and the other is the index. So if you're averaging down TQQQ, are you moving down your price target? Or are you keeping your price target at like 28? Like the levels for TQQQ are 25. At these prices, they're like 22, 25, 26, and 28. B of E drama spooking you on your long SPX position at all? No, not really. At least not right now. Everything looks pretty bleak. I mean, everything looked good in the middle of the day. Everyone was super bullish. Now everything looks bleak, but the reality is we're just trading in the same range that we expected to trade in. It seemed more complex than usual, but I took my time and understood it better. Unsure how to proceed further. I mean, use it as a reference. Test paper trade and test strategies and use it as a reference against those strategies to learn more. If it's dense, it's a lot of material to get through. So, you know, it can help to break it up, right? Fuck you, Cobra. You think they'll continue to knock down Rev until the delisting announcement? Probably. Is it making you scared? Then they're doing it right. How far out should you buy options time wise? I mean, it depends on what time horizon you're targeting. You have to, I mean, timing is very important on options. The worse you are at trading them, the more time you should buy because that's more forgiving, right? Carl, stop timing out everybody. I had to change to Cornichon level. Life isn't treating me well right now. Also, maybe I'm a shill, but I had to sell my position. So, anyways, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry I haven't been around. It's all good, Han. I know you were going back to school or something last I heard. Sorry to hear that. It's good to see you back. What's up? I missed today. I see the market hit new lows. What does it mean for the next few days? Nothing? I mean, the potential low of the market gets lower every couple days. As a married man that doesn't go to clubs much, how should I go about determining the tops from bottoms? What are the kids doing these days? You just look for whoever's sitting down. If price action's resting at a fairly level resistance or support. We're supposed to be scared. They didn't issue cowardice in the army when I joined. Was I supposed to receive this too? Yeah, otherwise you can't go see the Wizard of Oz. You see my Apple Tesla comment? No, they sold off with the SPX. Yeah, that's would be expected. They're two of the most heavily weighted stocks in the index. Somebody slapped the bid on Fubo. Oh, cool. I have a buy order for 250 more Rev Jan 35s at 30. Nice. What happened to Jimmy today? When I looked, it was 5% up. It's not anymore. Now it's only 1% up, 40.4% up. It did a middle of the day up and then it went down again. You ever dabble in OTC? Not too much, no. Yeah, no problem, 1990 Hennessy. Glad to help. Well, now it just needs to climb back up to 3,600 by close, and all is right in the universe. What do you think of November SPY 365s? They're pretty nice. Just remember that, like, when we're at bottoms like this, and you feel like you should be bearish because of the current trend, uh, the bears aren't making any fucking money either. Like, if you're buying puts at this level, you're not really killing it. Like, the only people making money on this are like scalpers, right? Because it's just bouncing between like 36.50 and 35.50. So, you know, people flipping bearish for a loss at 37.77 for a test of, you know, like 30 or 35.77 for a test at like 35.70 aren't fucking killing it, right? You think Upstart could run at any time, or is it more like most likely to run on an OPEC settlement? The longer it stays on Reg Show, the more likely it is to run on an OPEC settlement. How do you identify resistance and support and the strength of them? You draw lines. You're looking for, you know, areas where price stabilizes that are either difficult to break to the upside of or the downside of. You can use volume trends to reinforce the strength of those lines. There's horizontals, right? They're not very hard. I mean, you just like look for a support or a resistance and then draw a line on it. No. Life is life, and they're just stocks. That's okay. Due to CPI data, but why market downs due to CPI data coming out? Time to buy calls. I mean, the CPI data is this week, but the market's still fairly stable. I know it. I mean, like intraday, it looks bad, but we really have been trading in kind of a tight range and fairly flat for a couple days now. This is, I mean, if anything, this is like the market's like leveling off, right? We're still pretty far away from the bottom of the support. Something megaphone. Yeah. I put a limit buy order in for $700. Did that just disappear? Okay. Did someone say GME go boom boom? It's retesting VWAP right now. I don't know if it's gonna go boom boom, but still not the worst day we've had in a while. I was told there would be a bear market rally. Yeah. This month. It's not like tomorrow. Well, It could be tomorrow, but it's unlikely that it would start tomorrow. $357, $362. Yeah, similar. I'm not a huge fan of their OI data. For SPY's going to be a little different than SPX. Just like the positioning is going to be different. I could tell you what the like relevant gamma levels for SPY are though. Give me a second. So for SPY, no, 350 is a little stronger on SPY. So for SPY between 350 and 360, maybe I should just focus on SPY because nobody in here can afford to play SPX. It's expensive, and I understand it's daunting. It depends on how I think it depends on how positive the changes are, right? Like bulls and bears alike are both looking for reasons to either enter or exit positions, right? So they're both looking for something bullish. Bears so they can capitulate and wait to reposition. Bulls so they can buy calls. Um, and so I think whichever one is more positive, the market will lean more heavily on psychologically. They'll be like, but that PPI is way down, even if CPI moves up. CPI is the more important of the two. And the trend on PPI has already been improving. I could do both. Carl timed me out for saying I'm Zen. I know he did, Cobra. How much more money are you making now than when you were a working finance poor? Year over year, I mean it's significantly more. Let's see. Probably about 3 or 4 times. Every year it goes up though, right? Because you have if you succeed the previous year, the next year you have more capital to leverage, which means it's compounding, right? I don't know, yeah, like probably 3 times what I made when I was still working. Carl timed me out for standing Fluffy. Oh yeah, he gets very jealous. We fixed the Rev Chat FUD. All it took was gaslighting JFresh. We won't be distracted by Rev FUD anymore. Problem solved. That's okay. How do you keep capital safe or just leverage it all and try to protect against downside? I mean, you don't have to you can leverage your capital without having a downside. Right? You can use income strategies, you can use like neutral strategies. There's a lot of ways to minimize risk built into the position without having to worry about just straight directionally trading. Directionally trading is great, but it also, comes with a significant, like, while the gains can be significant, the risk is also very significant. And there are times when it's better than other times, right? I'm not a mod. I'm an admin. Thanks, Han. Hey, Greg, I've been trading SPX, so just buying, selling contracts. I understand that if you exercise, you get cash, right? So instead of selling a call when it's up, you would buy the contract instead to get cash. Thanks, dude. I mean, you just let it they exercise to cash. They're cash settled. Like even if if you have a call and it's up, the cost to cash settle it. I mean, you're just gonna get the same amount of money. Wait, Han, what the fuck? Why are you pigeon whaling? I feel like JFresh is playing bad cop in the good cop bad cop routine. No, he's pretty bearish on it. I mean I don't agree with his disagree with his assessment, right? I also understand the risk, and I think JFresh knows that a lot of people don't. All right. How big of an effect, if any, do you think election cycles will play in the market next month? None. All right, I won't remind you. Risk is my mailman's middle name. I understand it perfectly. No, you don't. It's all good, Han. The risk is rev goes to zero. Oh well, it's all monopoly money anyway. All fiat eventually goes to zero. Okay. If rev is good enough for a popcorn trader to put his third life savings into, it's good enough for me. How low could cat go down when the market sells off Q1, Q2 of next year? Oh, I don't know. Cat's a pretty attractive value investment, right? It may not drop as much as you'd hope. Hey, Mr. Gerg, just letting you know I'm running a bit late for your daily post-market foot massage. No worries. I'll make it up to you by bringing that lavender-scented essential oil I know you like. See you soon. Sure. How are you positioning heading to PPI and CPI this week? It seems so expensive, but then the market could really tank if we have another big core jump. I'm just gonna buy straddles. DT on SPX straddle. You want enough that you don't get burned by theta overnight. So 5 to 7 is ideal if you plan to sell them the following day. Let me grill for you again. I promise I won't soak the charcoal in urine this time. Charcoal and urine this time? Okay. Wait, did you do that last time? Is that what the tang was? So when I said it tasted like ammonia, you weren't even insulted. That's what you were going for. Better to have pigeon-wailed and paper-handed than never have pigeon-wailed at all. True, a day of shitting on the poor is greater than a day of being one. I've said too much. Do you get better fills buying options on a lit exchange? As opposed to what? No, my name's not Jerry. Probably not, Cobra. Rev is literally my only open trading position right now. Guaranteed to fail. You know, Popcorn Trader, I really wish you wouldn't buy the stocks I talk about. You ruin them for everyone. if if it were for you, the CLVR would have gone to the moon. CERN would have the deal would have fallen through, and Revlon would already be at $50. I warn everyone though, so whose fault is it? If we didn't enjoy you and your goat's company so much, we might have some serious issues. What? No, because so Kokrat is like the best analyst in the world now that he has his own short ETF. Bearish on Carl's T production, bullish on Rev. Hashtag DMod Carl. Noted, JT Acula. Just don't let Carl see that. I can't believe Kramer's stealing my picks now, though. That kind of hurts. Rev to break even. Huzzah. Do you think Kramer will ever say Rev is going bankrupt? He's just gonna have Ron Perlman on the show the day of the hearing. I have like 6 more hours of work to do today, and I'm here. So let me get this straight. You're just holding a long SPX position, and every day you enter an at the money straddle, of which both sides you close the next day. That's what I've been doing this week. Last week, I was leaving the long side open, but now I have a long position. Some of which got sold off in the early part of last week, but I have a long position. So, yeah, basically. It's been good. I'm fucking killing it. It's better than stocks. Well, other stocks. I have some BBBY with a cost basis of about 230. I've just been selling CCs for a little premium. What would be your plan if you still had some with such a low cost basis? Thanks. Um, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could keep selling CCs. It's not the worst use of your money. I'm not bullish on the company. So I think they'll go out of business in the next like 5 years. Maybe sooner. Fubo? He's pumping Fubo. Oh, thanks, man. Is there any significance to Jamie not dying with the spy and only drop slightly? Yeah, lower dark pool utilization at the end of the day. Right? They're just offloading internalization when the market drops. It still dropped pretty hard, but they like those opportunities. Yeah, Upstart's exciting as long as it continues to remain on Reg Show. I'm pretty excited about it. Actually, even if it falls off Reg Show now through OPEX, it's still pretty compelling. If it stays on, it's even more compelling, but they've been building up obligations on it for weeks now. Tesla dead? I mean, it's not doing great. Fair call spreads on Bobby seemed good at the time. It was at $9, $8. Yeah, I mean, so did naked calls. Will you sell if Upstart comes off Reg Show? No. It's been on long enough now. I don't know if it will, but if it does, at this point, I don't think I care. Because remember, FTD is moving an opposite cycle of the stock price, right? So there is a period where FTDs on these in these cycles are hit lows, and if they hit lows for long enough, then it should fall off Reg Show. If they're not able to do this, that's super bullish, right? But we'll see. Even if they do get it off Reg Show, don't forget that since 9/2, they've building obligations while it's on Reg Show through now, which is 10/11 at a minimum. And if each day as it continues to stay on, they have to synthetically short the stock or raise the borrow rate. There are no squeezes. Squeezes are bullshit. The entire market is designed around things not squeezing. They basically never happen. Something going up is not a squeeze. How did today end up going? Pretty good, I think. I was happy with it. I got to close both sides of my straddle profitably. I made a little bit of money on covered calls, but I didn't sell very many. Upstart's up and getting some pressure on it while on Reg Show, which is bullish as fuck. Caterpillar's just still hanging out at 380. But it did push up to 183, which was nice. Which is its next upside resistance. So another retest of that'll be cool. Today's stream card made me white 4 times. Make it 5. Nice, Kendra. Congratulations on whiting all over yourself. Am I bullish on Ape? Why would I be bullish on Ape? I mean, so there's a big like arbitrage short on Ape, but I don't think the deleveraging of it's gonna lead to any significant price action because of the just obscene amount of liquidity there. It does appear there are some GME obligations though, yeah? Yeah, some building up. I think they're coming back. They're just not coming back hard. Like they're shorting vol, but they're trying to do it with a little bit lighter touch right now. We'll see. I mean, if they double down on their short in the next couple weeks and we go sub 20, that's pretty bullish, right? Hmm. At the $40 strike, those wouldn't be reversals. Reversals in the money call, in the money put, not out of the money. I don't know what the fuck those are. There have been a few of those today, though. Doing an SPX straddle this evening? Yeah. I don't love the range, but I'm gonna do one. Or at least buy the put side and see if it rejects. I guess I could strangle it and just buy the 3600 call. It's not gonna stay in the 3090 range all day tomorrow. Yeah, you know what? I'll just do that. That's easier. So I went like 3600, 3590. BAV governor released a statement to pension funds that they have 3 days. Did it? Was it the same? I don't know if it was the same time. Harry Booby scenario? What? I was, no, trying to show the flow of F. Never mind. Same time. Okay. Both calls and puts. I wonder if they're just like volatility plays, playing like the higher Vega nearer the money. Dixie spike, GBP drop, lots of other, yeah, a lot of big moves. I'm moving to the bush, fulfilling my nickname as the Bushman. Okay. Is that just northern Florida? Hmm. Ah, the Alps. Thanks, Dominic. Have a good one, man. Well, out with a whimper today. Ding ding. The day is done. Uh, so I guess I kind of covered everything before, but I'll go over it again. So market still staying in the 35.50 to 36.50 range. Testing both sides of it today, the bottom twice. I think this will continue. Tomorrow we have PPI. That might shift our level a little bit, but I think we're still gonna be locked in by a lot of the delta neutral positioning, right around where we are. So even if we do shift bullish, we'll just move up to like the 3600 to 3700 range. If we shift bearish, we could move down to like the 3600 to 3500 range. And then the market will just wait on CPI on Thursday. Everything with most of our stocks with a nice little rally with the market today. I think we saw some ETF FTD covering on like Upstart a little more so than GME. But remember, ETF FTDs are really minimal right now. Some stocks like SST really saw like a lot of improvement through the morning period. So obviously, ETF FTDs aren't the same across the entire basket. Nordstrom's had really, really good improvement. I think Macy's did as well. Both of these, in excess of GME. So GME kind of getting the short end of the stick there, but don't forget that they walked away during a lot of that split period. And so obligations on GME are building back up, but slowly. And it'll take time for us to really, if we move back into the cycles the way we once were in them, it'll be some time before that's, the effect is super noticeable again. But it's there, which is, nice. Volume a little better on GME today is a good indication of that. After we've been trading at historic lows for the last week or so, we almost doubled some of our volume from last week today. We still have ETF FTDs the next couple of days. They remain relatively low, today being the highest day in the series because of the double settlement from the deferral yesterday on the bank holiday. XRT moved up a little bit today, so they are covering a little bit there as well. Outperforming the index, obviously, and that's one way to tell. But yeah, I mean everything's still looking fairly stable. With PPI coming in tomorrow, and that'll be our first big market moving event for the week. Yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. BMG, I'll check out your Ko-Fi. F you, Carl. There you go. That's from BMG, not from me. Thank you guys so much. I will check Upstart OI changes for tomorrow, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning when I wake up. Hopefully that's on time. I don't know why I said F you. Fuck you, Carl. I mean, even Ko-Fi didn't even edit it. All right. I'll see you guys later. Have a great night. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.